Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everybody, all the early birds in the meeting.
Good morning, Honorable Mazibuku. We are done with the worms. We've just eaten all the worms, and then you'll get the remnants.
Yes. Good morning, all my colleagues, and good morning, Honorable Non-Member.
Honorable May, how are you?
No, I'm very well, thank you. Interesting. I've been without electricity for 2 days in an ESCOM area. So
no.
very interesting. Yeah. Still no lack of getting electricity.
Oh no, that's the
Good morning all. Good morning. This is Honorable Wesley just saying hi. Hope you all are good.
Good morning, Honorable Wesley. Good morning.
You are dressing me in borrowed robes. I was just paving the way for you guys. The great men will be coming.
I had the members calling you chairperson, so I'm not sure whether there was a midnight reshuffle or what.
No, I haven't even heard that. I just had the greetings towards the end.
Recording in progress.
Morning, colleagues. Colleagues, may we please urgently update our chairpersons? I have received a request from multimedia colleagues advising us to ask the chairpersons to please activate their videos and also remind members and guests to activate their videos when they are presenting. So I thought maybe sending a WhatsApp and also following up with this heads up might assist so that we can quickly transmit the information to the chairpersons.
Well received. It will be activated, my brother. Thank you.
Secretariat is Honorable Sanindov in the platform. Is rotation in terms of rotation today? It is here who's supposed to chair this meeting.
Yes, Chair. I saw her coming in.
Honorable Ndlovu, are you there?
I'm here. Can you see
Yes.
me?
Yeah, we can see you. Today
Okay.
it's your turn to chair the meeting. Here we are getting a briefing from PBO and FFC. So yeah, if we correct, we can start. Over to you, Honorable Ndlovu.
Thanks, Honorable Masangani, Chair of the Finance. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, chairpersons, and everyone in the platform. I'm going to request the Secretariat to also assist me in terms of guiding on the document. You know, sometimes when we are in a visual platform, it's a different situation when compared to when we are in the physical meetings. So let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody present here, and also my co-chairperson, Honorable Hwase, also the chairperson of the National Assembly of the Finance and Appropriation, Honorable Maswangani and Honorable Maimani, and members of our committee. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to request to check who's going to assist me in terms of the issue of the apologies. Is it Lobabalo or Ngululeko?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members.
Okay.
From the side of the Select Committee on Finance, we only received one apology from Honorable Brink, who will be joining us late. I'm not too sure if Lubabalo has other apologies on his side.
Chairperson Lubabalo Nutata here. Chairperson, from the Select Committee on Appropriations, we have an apology from Honorable Lehwase. She is running late, but she's going to join the meeting within 10 minutes. We also received an apology from the National Treasury on behalf of Deputy Minister Masondo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Good morning,
you.
chairpersons. Good morning, co-chairpersons and honorable members. From the Standing Committee on Appropriations, we do have an apology from Honorable Tonyani, who is on sick leave, and the Honorable Lekhanyane has jetted out of the country to attend a Commonwealth conference in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, I apologize. I just wanted to post the notification from the Select Committee, from the Standing Committee on Appropriations. Honorable Bartlett will be joining us later. I apologize, and good morning, fellow chairs, and good morning to all the honorable members on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we done with the apologies, or is there any apologies that maybe we should hear?
Good morning, chairpersons.
Okay.
We have apologies from Ms. Mautwe and Mr. Lekanyano for the Standing Committee on Finance.
Okay. Is that all in terms of apologies?
I think we are done, Chairperson, with apologies.
Okay, thanks very much. Can we get a move and a seconder for the acceptance of those apologies? There is, or do we just take them as they are?
Sorry, Chair, Honorable Bartlett,
Yes,
I've
fine.
raised my hand. Just to correct, I'm in the meeting, but I will leave early. I will leave at 10. Just that correction, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see the hand of Honorable Macroeconomic.
Good morning, chairpersons. I move to note the apologies as tabled.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Macroeconomic. Honorable Khumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second the move, for the noting of the apologies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we now move straight to the item 3, the briefing by the PBO on the 2024 MTBPS?
Good morning, Co-Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson Jofu. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Good morning to honor members and the Co-Chairpersons. Thank you so much for, and colleagues as well on the platform. Thank you so much for this opportunity for us to brief this committee with this important policy statement. I'm with the colleagues in the platform. We'll take you through the presentation and we'll later wait for questions from members. Colleagues, flag the presentation. Who's flagging the presentation? I think I'll take through.
I've made you a co-host, Doc. I'm not too sure if you want to flight it from your side.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you so much. I'm starting to share now. Let me share. Can you see the presentation? Yes, you can. Can you see it?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Prof. It's here.
Yes, so we can see the slide, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I'm just gonna move right away. My goodness. Maybe somebody should share because I should share the slides from the committee. Kulak, are you able to share from your side? Somehow it doesn't move from my side. I don't know why.
Let me try.
Yeah. But in the meantime, since members got the presentation, I'll just get on with it. And then I'll let you know where we are when you come in. I think the outline does indicate what areas we want to cover, largely given the context, or I think the focus of our presentation, chair members, co-chairs and members, is really around the fiscal framework, which will give more detailed context around the division of revenue and the appropriations in the coming weeks. So I think the starting of a presentation there to set context is really to emphasize, just go back because it's a bit difficult. My goodness. It's really to indicate that this presentation really provides analysis around the the 21st fiscal framework for the current administration, for the new administration, particularly looking at the alignment with the National Development Plan and how to respond to really to some of the South African economic context that we have. And I think we also try to emphasize and highlight the importance of remembering the statements build up towards the budget review in the next term. And it's very important to really understand the outline of government spending priorities and to realize the development plans. And also we're concerned that without this clear plans, the midterm development plan, how can Parliament really effectively approve this budget framework? Because the question will be, what is this based on without a very clear plan set out? There's a message that we sent out previously, but we should reinforce as well. There's a need also to really have a thorough impact assessment for time on the budget in really dealing with supported sectors and supporting households in vulnerable communities as well. There's a need for the budget framework to continue prioritize social protections measures to mitigate impact of the socio-economic challenges on poor households. And that really leads to the last point I want to make before I give to the policy team, to really always try to make sure the fiscal policy is a very good balance between promoting investment and really become protection for social equity in our society. Chair, these are some of the key issues we're raising. I want to give the policy team to take us through the detail of the presentation. Thank you so much. Colleagues, come in. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jantjies. Honorable members, honorable chairperson, and honorable members and colleagues, I'm going to take you through some of the policy work and the funding priorities. Next slide, Siraj. First, we look at the policy framework and the 2024 MTBPS. So the policy framework for South Africa, the National Development Plan remains the government's blueprint to addressing the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality in South Africa. The NDP Vision 2030, introduced in 2013, aimed at eliminating poverty and reduce inequality by 2030, and set specific targets to direct government's work and resources towards growing the economy at an annual average rate of 5.4% per year, reducing the unemployment rate from 24.9% in 2012 to 14% by 2020 and 6% by 2030, and increasing the gross fixed capital formation from 17% to 30%, with the public sector fixed investment rising to 10% of the GDP by 2030, and reducing inequality as measured by the Gini coefficient from 0.69 to 0.60, and totally eradicating poverty. So although several targets for the priorities of the 5-year medium-term strategic framework implementation plans were achieved, the outputs did not meet or did not reduce the UPI as envisaged, that is the unemployment, poverty, and inequality as envisaged. So, and also the UPI, the unemployment, poverty, and inequality remains extremely high, and the situation was worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. So in addition to the 7 priorities of the 2019-2024 MTSF, the Presidential Employment Stimulus and the Economic and the Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the ERRP, are 2 initiatives that were aimed at providing immediate responses to the severe economic impact of the pandemic. So these initiatives are still ongoing, and several targets output have not yet been achieved. Next slide. So given the lack of the medium-term development plan, we assume that spending during the current MTEF will most likely be informed by the priorities set for the implementation plan for the last 5 years of the NDP, to drive inclusive growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The Government of National Unity is yet to table the 2024-2029 medium-term development plan that will provide the detailed outputs to be achieved for these 3 priority areas. Introduction of a proper reporting system for the 2024-2029 MTDP will be essential for Parliament to exercise effective oversight of the implementation of the NDP and the 2024 MTBPS and the budget frameworks. Without the 2024-2029 MTDP, it becomes difficult to assess whether the reprioritization of the revised fiscal framework and the functional budget align with the medium-term plans. So the next few slides in this section attempts to identify the priority spending areas per function group as per the 2024 MTBPS. Next slide. So when we look at the different function groups, the learning and culture, function groups. So in terms of basic education, we know that the early childhood development ECD has moved from social development to basic education. So there will be piloting a nutrition program for the ECD. They'll be placing new emphasis on the early grade reading and gradual introduction of mother tongue-based bilingual education. And for universities, TVET colleges, and community education training colleges, they need to align their student enrollment with budgets to improve the quality of offerings. And government is renewing the apprenticeship and skills development levy system. In collaboration with the private sector, government also aimed to double the number of artisans completing the trade test in the next 3 years through the increased work-based learning opportunities. And for health, the Department of Health, together with the DPSA, will review the human resource policies such as occupation, specific dispensation, commuted overtime, and rural awareness, which initiate the cost of public health professionals. And health will focus on improving efficiency and introducing innovative solutions like central chronic medication dispensation and distribution system. And the sector will also continue to enhance the health infrastructure through the sustained allocation in the direct and indirect infrastructure grants. For social development, they will continue to support the efforts to reduce poverty, maintain welfare services, and strengthen services for women, youth, and people with disability. And they will intensify efforts to improve income verification and extend big data cross-checking to all grants. And for community development, government is increasing the investment in bulk water and sanitation infrastructure and efficient water management strategies by implementing a new water price system strategy and improving the sustainability of the water boards through charges. The Human Settlement White Paper will set out a new strategy for this sector, ensuring alignment across all government spheres. Next slide. In terms of economic development, the Department of Agriculture will become a standalone national department that will prioritize support for subsistence and smallholder farmers. It will be separating from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. And the Department of Small Business Development will train municipalities to tackle red tape and unnecessary procedures that will hinder small businesses' growth and cooperative development. In terms of peace and security, funding will be reprioritized within the function to departments and entities to establish a shared forensic capability within the Financial Intelligence Center. This will strengthen efforts to combat money laundering and the financing of terrorism and secure South Africa's removal from the Financial Action Task Force grey list. And in terms of the general public service, the South African Revenue Service, or SARS, is allocated additional funds to strengthen its revenue collection capacity. Parliament is allocated additional funds for the payment of extra packages and loss of office or gratuities to non-returning members of Parliament, and additional funding for some of the departments involved in the G20 preparations. I'll hand over to Dr. Olandi to continue with the rest of the slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabula, and good morning, members and honourable chairpersons. Members, changes to the function budgets were made over the 2024 medium-term expenditure framework to align to the policy priorities of government. In the 2024 budget, the government's priorities were to enhance spending quality and minimise inefficiency within all budget items while ensuring sustainable public finances. These changes are indicated in grey on the diagram. Now, in the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement, function groups reprioritised and reallocated funds for pressures and urgent policy priorities within departments and entities over the medium-term expenditure framework. These are shown in green. The reduction in the learning and culture function is mainly in post-school education and training, and the biggest increase in the economic development function is for industrialization and exports. Next slide. Members, in this diagram, we show the proportions allocated per function. The largest proportion of the revised budget in 2024 is allocated towards learning and culture. This function includes basic education and post-school education and training, as well as arts, culture, sport, and recreation. The second largest is social development, and the third is debt service cost of 16.2% in 2024-25, and is estimated to increase to 17.2% in 27-28. Next slide. Next. So these tables show the in-year spending adjustments for the main and consolidated budget balances. The first table shows that the main budget deficit increases from 321 billion to 356 billion in 2024. The 20.4 billion adjustments are offset against the provisional allocations, contingency reserve, projected underspending, and a repayment to the National Revenue Fund. The shortfall plus the special appropriations and the downward adjustments on revenue collection results in an additional shortfall of 29.6 billion in the current financial year. The second table shows the total consolidated budget balance of minus 373.5 billion. Just to note, in the small table at the bottom is that public entities estimate shortfalls despite historic surpluses. Next slide. So members, the question is, how can government fill the gaps or find additional funding for the pressures? Currently, government continues to borrow. We focus on partnerships with the private sector, but government should also urgently address inefficiencies in critical institutions and improve the use of resources and managing public finances. A few examples are the accumulated funds in public entities, the duplication of functions, and some repetitive findings by the AG. Some examples are provided in the diagram on the right. So just one or two examples in the accumulated of surpluses in the public entities. One of our entities, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, indicated in the budget that their interest income from accumulated funds invested with the Reserve Bank is expected to amount to 145 million over the MTEF. One of the other smaller ones is the National Home Builders Registration Council, who indicated that they've got a accumulated surplus of 9.3 billion rand. So in terms of the duplications of functions, we've got 21 seaters. They all function separately. And you will see some of the AG findings were that several funds, some of the findings were that students receive bursaries from more than one seater. Students also receive funds from a seater, as well as the Funza Lusaka bursary scheme. In terms of the continuous poor performing entities, you can go through those examples, but those are all findings from a presentation by the AGSA to the Committee on Basic Education. Thank you, members. I will hand over to my next colleague.
Thank you, Dr. Landi, and good morning, honourable members. The medium-term budget policy statement provided valuable updates on the outputs of Operation Vulindlela Phase 1 reforms led by the National Treasury and other implementing departments. While these updates are useful, it's important that we look beyond the completion of action items and have a firm understanding of the consolidated outcomes, impacts, and potential multiplier effects of these reforms sooner rather than later. This is important because the National Treasury's own economic forecasts remain far below the average of other developing countries and sub-Saharan African countries. This raises the question, are these reforms moving the needle enough to address the deep-rooted structural issues embedded in our economy and to alleviate the hardships of households? Honourable members, on this slide, as well as the next 3 slides, you'll see the reform actions implemented in Phase 1 across 5 sectors, namely electricity, water, transport, digital communication, and visa regimes. While some reforms are complete, others are ongoing, and as we understand it, will be prioritized in the second phase of Operation Vulindlela, as shown by the 3rd column, where 3 new focus areas and accompanying initiatives will also be added. I'd like to draw your attention to the last column. A number of these reform actions reflect standard or normal government responsibilities repackaged within Operation Vulindlela. A number have been proposed before in other plans or reflected in some form in previous policy documents, but were either unimplemented or, if they were implemented, were repealed or lacked clear follow-up on outcomes. A familiar example, and some may consider polarized discussion, is the phase 1 reform in energy to restructure ESCOM into separate entities. That reform can be traced back to the 1998 white paper on energy policy, which put forward a policy direction about unbundling ESCOM into separate generation, transmission, and distribution companies. The blueprint that followed the white paper in 2001 was discarded or repealed in 2004. Honourable members, we must remember that the budget represents a social compact, which is an agreement between government and South Africans to drive inclusive growth and sustainable development. Therefore, proposed reforms must be held accountable to this very compact to ensure they are not procedural actions, but genuine drivers of economic progress. To ensure accountability and real progress, we encourage an oversight mechanism to track the impacts of these reforms and to ensure they are aligned with our developmental goals and the growth that South Africa desperately needs. I'll now hand over to Professor Mohammed. If you can please move to slide 22, Professor, as the next few slides have the same message as slide 18. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Chairs and members. I'll take you through the macroeconomic slides, and as we'll be thinking through the fiscal, the next section will also be on the fiscal policy. And so it's important to, I think, to bring back some of the discussion to the broader issues. And we've seen that the NDP targets set for 2030 are unlikely to be met, and we've made very little progress. And in fact, areas like unemployment have worsened. We've not seen the growth in
your voice is low, ne? Just pick up your volume, it's a bit low. Your voice is low, pick up the volume. We can't hear you, ne? Yeah, much better. Right. You are muted now.
Can you hear me?
Better, much better. Better.
Okay, I apologize. So as I was saying, that as we look through what the macroeconomic situation that and also think through the fiscal policy framework that we're going to be that we presented within the 2024 MTBPS, that we look at what is going to drive growth, because growth is pushed forward as the major thing needed in order to start improving the situations and the kind of targets that haven't been achieved within the National Development Plan and plans since then. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my slides to move now. Okay, there we go. So I think the big question is, where will growth and employment come from? And to start with the short term, the MTBPS 2020 forecast for growth relies on increased household consumption investment over the MTF, which seems, even in the short term and at the low levels forecast, that may be a bit unrealistic, and I'll come to discuss that more in the next slide. The MTBPS 2024 forecast that annual household consumption will be 67% of GDP, while government consumption will be 19% of GDP and investment 15% of GDP. So we see over the long term, household consumption in South Africa has been over 60%, but this is actually quite a high level. And so the question becomes, can households increase and sustain that even with lower interest rates? And also, will we see the kind of investment growth we require, which is forecast at quite a high level in the MTBPS, but still keeps investment within the country at a relatively low level of 15% over the MTF. In addition to that, there's little information on the highly unequal nature of that consumption but also the sectors where that investment will be realized. And I'll come back to this point later, but it's really important where investment and growth occurs in the economy. Not all investment and growth is equal. Not all investment and growth is necessarily good for the economy. So this is an important question to come back to. There's a lack of evidence for the MTBPS argument that the economy will grow in the long run because structural reforms will reduce the cost of business and reduce government deficit and debt or improve business sentiment. This is more so when considering that deindustrialization and poor investment levels have persisted for almost half a century in South Africa. The economic approach in the 2024 MTBPS assumes that any types of investment growth have the same impact on the economy. However, for South Africa to grow, it requires government effort and budgets that promote development. The 2024 MTBPS argues that growth and debt reduction is required for the government to increase social spending, when in fact more social spending and support for industrial development is required for growth. So since government spending will be relatively constant, it slightly increases, but it's more or less flat over the forecast period of the medium-term expenditure framework. It's expected that households and investments are going to be what drives the growth in the short term. The graph on the left shows, if you look at the straight line that's on top of all the columns in the graph, that shows the level of growth forecast in the MTBPS. So if we look at the last column, 2027, and the last point on the straight line graph, we see 1.9% growth. What each part of the column shows is the contribution of households, government, gross fixed capital formation, and net exports. So we see net exports, for instance, will be minus 0.4%, and the contribution from households will be 1.29%. So talking about the levels of household investment, the graph on the right, it shows debt to disposable income of households over the period from 2000 to 2023, and it also shows debt service costs and then savings to disposable income of households. So we see, if we go to 2023, we see that the debt to disposable income of households is 62.4%. It's a big decrease from the debt-driven consumption that preceded the global financial crisis, where we saw 75%, almost 76% debt to GDP levels in households. But what happened during this period is that the banks stopped lending for home loans and mortgages, and they increased lending on unsecured debt like credit card debt. So many households shifted, and we don't see that the debt service cost of disposable income of households, those households in South Africa that have access to credit, we don't see large decreases in that. And in fact, since the COVID pandemic, we saw it go back up to 8.8% by 2023. So the debt service cost did come down from 10.6% in 2009, but it's still quite high. And we see that after COVID as well, that the savings of disposable income of households is actually negative again, minus 0.7%. And we see that the savings over most of that period, except for during the pandemic, was negative. So the question is, can households be seen to be supporting that high level of growth? The MTBPS forecast average annual growth in gross fixed capital formation investment in the economy of 4.2%, while the average for the 10-year period before the pandemic, 2010 to 19, was only 0.3%. So, and I think the forecasts from the MTBPSs and the budgets over the years have not been accurate on the upside and downside. And so this quite high increase in gross fixed capital formation that they're expecting, we're a bit skeptical about. This graph is a direct response to figure 1.7 in the medium-term budget strategy document, which notes that South Africa has one of the largest levels of social protection expenditure as a percentage of GDP compared to other developing countries. And here they compare South Africa to Chile, Argentina, India, China, Peru, Indonesia, Thailand. That's a graph in the MTBPS. We did an alternative graph that actually includes unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And we see that unemployment, poverty, and inequality is so much larger, and that context is really important for understanding why South Africa ends up spending so much on social protection. When you have jobs in your country, when you have low levels of unemployment, then fewer people need social protection. More people can afford to feed their children, provide for their healthcare, and don't need social relief of distress grants, for instance. So that context is really important. South Africa not only has the highest rate of unemployment and inequality in the world, our rates are so high that we are statistical outliers in the world. So not only the countries in this graph, but if we compare South Africa to every other country in the world, we see that our rates are so much higher. So structural unemployment means South Africa is unable to provide the jobs for millions of people who want to work, and obscene inequality is negative for GDP growth and political and socio-economic stability. So we thought that it's really important to show that there is a need for the spending and to bolster the spending in South Africa. Economies are part dependent. The composition of investment and the sectors where capital stock is built over time is important for understanding growth dynamics. We spoke about this in our pre-MTBPS presentation as well. The interventions identified as structural reforms are necessary for improved economic performance, but structural change is what is required for long-term sustainable growth. And there's a lack of evidence that the 2024 MTBPS fully takes account of key structural factors that affect economic performance because of the extreme levels of unemployment and poverty that negatively impact aggregate demand, well-being and productivity in the economy, inequality that constrains growth and causes social and political instability. Sorry, there's a typo with stability that causes instability. And concentration, and all the sectors of the economy are highly concentrated in South Africa, and this affects the operation of markets, price levels, it deters competition, reduces competitiveness, and constrains employment and growth. With regard to the infrastructure side, we say that enhanced collaboration and engagement of the private sector in infrastructure development and the operation of logistical and other services is crucial. But the MTBPS appears to portray the private sector as a panacea, and we think there should be some caution here. The increased dialogue and careful consideration are needed regarding the private sector's involvement and role in infrastructure development and service delivery. And the perception that government's debt is excessively high, leading to the belief that private sector should fund infrastructure, needs to be reevaluated. And there are two reasons that we say this. And one is given in the MTBPS. It acknowledges that infrastructure development has short and long-term growth stimulating benefits. Therefore, these kinds of investments may have less impact on government debt than assumed because parts of their costs are offset by the revenue and returns they generate. There's an argument that government is inefficient and corrupt when we have to actually look at society as a whole, especially societies like South Africa with very high unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And so there shouldn't be an assumption that it's only government that's corrupt. The inefficiency that may exist in the highly concentrated private sector and the high level of corporate financial fraud that we've seen over the last 2 decades, and also the recorded high levels of private sector white-collar crime should receive attention when we think about this. So it's important to exercise caution as reforms and initiatives aimed at involving the private sector in infrastructure development, though presented as new and growth-oriented, have been part of government's mandate since 1994. We'll move on to my next colleague, Chepo, to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Siraj, Chairperson, honorable members. I'll take you through these slides focusing on the fiscal framework, essentially trying to provide a critical analysis of the fiscal policy strategy that was outlined in the 2024 MTBPS. Additionally, I'll also discuss why fiscal anchors or rules are unlikely to address South Africa's fiscal and economic challenges. Now on this slide just simply offers a snapshot of the revised fiscal framework, which simply continues government's fiscal consolidation approach. Notably, revenue projections have been revised down by 22.3 billion over the medium term, while expenditure is expected to grow at an annual average rate of 4.9%. It only marginally outpaces the average inflation rate of 4.6%, resulting in a real-term increase of just 0.3 percentage points over the next 3 years. Now, this restrained spending strategy aims for a primary budget surplus over the medium term, prompting us to ask the question, what will be the socio-economic impact of these surpluses? Next slide, please. Chairperson, the 2024 MTBPS aims to reduce government spending in real terms in order to reduce debt, but fiscal consolidation since 2012 has not delivered on its promises of higher economic growth and reduced debt levels. In fact, in our view, it has limited fiscal space, it has constrained growth, and it has harmed households. It's also worth mentioning that despite years of spending cuts, our primary budget surplus will only be achieved in 2024 and beyond by drawing on GFRECA and not through consolidation alone. Honourable members, budget cuts not informed by either service delivery or human rights impact assessments have worsened unemployment, poverty and inequality, but they've also weakened the state's ability to provide essential services. Likewise, they've also reduced households and business resilience. The 2024 MTBPS commitment to maintaining large primary surpluses could prevent government from achieving and guaranteeing socio-economic rights on behalf of its people. Additionally, the current fiscal framework also overlooks key and necessary spending to build resilience against significant global and domestic risks. Next slide, please. Chairperson, we question the credibility of the fiscal strategy due to the absence of substantial empirical evidence in the MTBPS that indeed fiscal consolidation and supply-side reforms can achieve long-term economic growth and sustainability. As Siraj highlighted earlier, South Africa's high levels of unemployment, poverty and inequality, along with the economic concentration, does call for structural transformation in order to reduce social inequalities, but also to drive industrial development. Because we've seen that over 12 years of fiscal consolidation has shown to restrict structural transformation. It has also maintained high unemployment rates, but also has led to a situation where South Africa continues to depend on low growth sectors like mining. Honourable members, credible and sustainable fiscal policy requires increased government spending in socio-economic development and in industrial policies, while also viewing government debt as a strategic tool to finance long-term investment in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, and in other social programs. Next slide, please. Honourable members, the 2024 MTBPS stipulates that technical work on a permanent measure to anchor fiscal policy and ensure debt sustainability continues. And they also mentioned that updates will be presented in the 2025 budget. On the sidelines of the MTBPS, the Minister of Finance was quoted as saying, "Our problem is economic growth, not debt. Your debt is a function of growth. The problem is not debt, but our ability to service the debt." He further goes on to say, "My own reading of a fiscal rule is that there's been lots of research on the possible economic impact, but no research on the impact it would have on inequality and political stability. It is very nice to talk about, but in the real world, things do not work that way," close quote. Chairperson, the PBO shares these concerns. We've argued before that fiscal anchors often lack empirical support for their effectiveness, and they have also failed to consider interconnected global and domestic risks. Their arbitrary use can result in frequent expenditure adjustments, which often weakens fiscal credibility and undermines long-term development. Moreover, a narrow focus on indicators such as the deficit and debt can lead to dampening spending cuts that could stunt economic growth, but also worsen GDP ratios, debt to GDP ratios during economic downturn. And it is for this very same reason why countries with experience of fiscal anchors are reconsidering their use. Next slide, please. Chairperson, I'll conclude by referencing a paper by Ozir, Ruben and Stiglitz, which was drafted just after COVID-19, which simply advocates for replacing traditional fiscal anchors with a new framework that includes automatic stabilizers and expenditure adjustments in order to better manage economic crises. In the paper, they stress that these mechanisms, such as automatic increases in social grants and essential services, are indeed crucial for sustaining living standards, for supporting economic growth, and for providing the government with the flexibility to respond effectively during economic downturns. I'll leave it there and hand over to my next colleague.
Honorable members, I'll be taking you through government expenditure. Next slide, please. So really what we're showing here, members, as you know, that we look at expenditure in terms of to what extent inflation has been taken into account and population growth, and to say that the strategy remains to reduce total real per capita expenditure in the medium term. So as members can see there on the graph, the number is declining and we will still be spending less in 2027-28 per person in South Africa than we did in 2016-2017 in real terms. Also to highlight to members that there's been an upward revision in terms of real per capita spend for the 2024-25 year in this budget. However, we continue to highlight that fiscal consolidation causes real reductions in per capita expenditure, which impacts public basic services. It also impacts the quality and reach of public services and threatens to widen poverty and inequality. Next slide, please. In this slide, similarly, we're talking about real per capita, but by economic classification. And as members can see, the projections are increasing, which is different from the function groups. As well, the 2024-25 estimation is higher than it was compared to the budget 2024. Also to note to members that although transfers and subsidies, as members can see that it looks like it's growing, that's total transfers and subsidies, but to note to members that total transfers and subsidies in terms of two households actually decline in the medium term. And this is because obviously the SRD grant ends in 2025. Next slide, please. In this slide, we just highlight that since 2020-21, there's been this notion of a social wage and how National Treasury and government are protecting this social wage. It includes those components on the right there. And basically what we're showing here that it does decline in real terms, as already noted, but also to say that the social wage as a share is actually also getting smaller. So in the social wage was 61% in the 2023 MTBPS. It declined to 60.2% in the 2024 budget. And now we're looking at a number which is 59.9%. So this, what does it mean when the social wage as a share is declining? It means that it is not protected from inflation and population growth and that we're not increasing spend on the so-called social wage. Next slide, please. Here we want to highlight to members in terms of the public sector wage bill. In the budget, 11 billion is allocated towards the early retirement program for 2 years. This is obviously not the first time that government has implemented this program. It was first opened in 2019. What we're really highlighting is to say that when members look at the headcounts there, we're seeing reductions in some of the sectors, which is an important consideration. And we highlight that an impact assessment of the 2019 process should be conducted before extending the program. As the Minister Motsoaledi has already highlighted, reductions in headcounts lead to more stressful work environments and dissatisfaction with jobs. We've seen multiple people complaining about the reductions in headcounts, but not just that, to also highlight that National Treasury and government itself in a previous budget acknowledged that restraining the public sector wage bill, for example, had disproportionate negative impact on no-fee paying schools. So we have to really take this seriously, the impacts of this approach to reducing the public sector wage bill, but also acknowledging that headcounts are declining, even though in the budget, it stated that it is to increase youth employment in the sector. So we must ask ourselves, why are the headcounts declining when we're saying we're going to have more people and we're trying to just reduce the total cost? So finally, to just say to members, something to consider is whether the GEPF should be allocated towards other initiatives while impact assessment of this nature is being undertaken. Next slide, please. Now I'll be taking you through the revenue and tax policy developments. Next slide, please. And I apologize, members, I'm speaking a bit fast. I know that we are over the time, but to basically highlight to members that 15 billion was proposed in additional tax collection in the 2024 budget. However, as members know, this number has been revised, or the gross tax revenue has been revised downwards by 22.3 billion. But to also highlight to members, we've got an additional slide that shows the trends in the projections and estimations, and to say that this is not necessarily shocking because between 2012 and 2019, the MTBPS tax revenue estimates were always lower than the budget estimates themselves. And members are familiar with the changes that were made, no inflationary adjustments to tax brackets, no inflationary adjustments to medical aid tax credits, and so forth that were highlighted in the 2024 budget, but also to highlight to members that in the 2024 budget, we saw projections for the next 3 years, which is not a norm. You know, Treasury usually projects the tax changes for 1 year. So the question there is you know, government in signaling a particular tax policy for the next 3 years, which then requires a particular type of oversight. Next slide, please. In this slide, just to briefly show members in terms of the employment tax incentive, to say that there hasn't been evidence produced to show that it actually does increase employment for the youth. And so the question is whether the foregone revenue should be utilized elsewhere for employment generation initiatives. So that's something to take seriously. The value added tax was increased. However, there has been no impact assessment, even though when it was increased, government said that it would conduct an impact assessment 3 years from its implementation. So the impact assessment would have been undertaken in 2021. However, this seems like it has not been undertaken, so something to follow up on, because we know that that has regressive impacts in society. In terms of the two-part retirement system, there was a 5 billion additional tax revenue that was penciled into the 2024 budget. However, we now know that the expectation is actually higher than what was put into the budget. But also an impact assessment should be considered on the beneficiaries, because there's been a lot of reports of, you know, how people are experiencing this tax, particularly as it increases their income brackets for some of them. In terms of carbon tax, phase 1 has been extended to December 2025, which then raises questions about South Africa's ability to meet the COP26 commitments. And then in terms of wealth tax, SARS established a new unit focusing on high wealth individuals. And what we highlight here is that it's important that government should provide Parliament with an update on the findings of this initiative and potential areas of policy consideration. Next slide, please. Here, in terms of excise taxes, members are aware that there's been a lot of debate about excise taxes, with business calling for lower tax adjustments. However, other stakeholders have highlighted the health impacts of these taxes, and so the debate continues with, you know, on either extremes of the table rather. And so what has been proposed is a 3-year cycle. So basically government is saying maybe we should consider having a 3-year projection in terms of excise taxes. This would obviously require oversight about what level it should be. In terms of corporate income tax, what we've continuously highlighted is, yes, South Africa's statutory tax rate is 27%, and of course was reduced in recent years. But what we are worried about is the effective tax rate, which means what companies actually pay, as opposed to what the statutory tax rate is. There are studies that show that South African companies aren't paying, you know, the statutory tax rate, and in fact, what they actually pay is lower. And particularly in the mining sector, it's significantly lower than the statutory rate. So we, you know, propose, or we think it's important that the discussion about corporate income tax rates should be about effective tax rates. And in terms of fuel levy and the road accident fund, we see this as a positive development, as it may provide significant relief in the context of high inflation and rising fuel prices for households. And in terms of international tax, I think it's important that members are aware that South Africa is part of the Africa group that is putting forward a resolution for more inclusive and effective tax rates on a global at the United Nations. This is called the UN Tax Convention. Next slide, please. In terms of the global minimum tax bill, members will be aware that South Africa is part of the OECD G20 inclusive framework, which spoke about base erosion and profit shifting. In this discussion, they came to an agreement that there should be a global minimum effective tax rate of 15%. South Africa has moved to implement this, and it's also important to acknowledge that we're implementing this while we're also undertaking discussions at a UN panel about more inclusive tax rates. So if there's a different outcome there, the question is also how would we navigate the two systems? But to also say that, you know, the 15% has been contested with developing countries, and South Africa being one of them, raising concern about how, you know, we are more reliant on income tax than developed countries, and that our corporate income tax rates are higher than 15%. So developed countries are likely to benefit more from this arrangement than we are. So many countries have opted for top-up tax rates. I won't go through the next bullets, which members can read about how, you know, the domestic minimum top-up tax rate in South Africa will be, but we are implementing it. But I think important to highlight is that there's a question about whether implementing the global minimum tax bill creates a parallel tax system where some companies are treated a particular way and others in another way, because the global minimum tax bill has a minimum profit margin in which all companies can be considered. So we'd be implementing two different, you know, systems for different companies. Next slide, please. I'll now hand over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. I'll just take the members quickly through the following slides on SOEs. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. On this slide, we just update the members that there were no really new guarantees issued in the MTBPS. But however, SOEs remain financially strained and will likely require further support. The high debt levels limit these SOEs to invest, to participate more effectively in infrastructure projects effectively. So increasing direct government capacity to deliver on infrastructure with better supported SOEs could be more sustainable for achieving the growth agenda. Next slide, please. With regard to triple Ps, NT's National Treasury within the budget documents indicate that there will be an increase in private sector involvement as part of infrastructure delivery. However, triple Ps are often very costly, and they come with long contracts. They've got cost overruns, and they transfer most of the risk to the public sector. So evidence from international studies do show that they may not always be the most cost effective, and they can shift the cost back to the public. So there's a need to be quite cautious when using triple Ps. So because strengthening government capacity to manage infrastructure projects could reduce reliance on triple and ensure more public sector-led project delivery. Additionally, as the table below shows, that National Treasury realized that payments for capital assets is the fastest growing spending item, projected at 10.6% over the MTF. However, this is a reduction compared to 14.4% average annual growth that was announced in the 2023 budget. So to meet the infrastructure needs, it is necessary that we consider, National Treasury could consider, or the government could consider increasing enough in infrastructure to close the gap in critical infrastructure spending. Lastly, on next slide, please. On local government, we just provide an update on some of the key issues in local government arena. Local government continues to play a critical role as the first line of interaction between service between citizens and the government. There are a number of issues that even National Treasury noted, that issues around electricity provision, water sanitation, waste management, and all those issues. They are quite facing a number of issues because there's not been enough investment in maintenance of this critical infrastructure, which has led to many issues within that area. Research has also showed that, as well as the AG reports, has also showed that the key issues around inadequate skills, capacity problems, cash flow problems, governance issues in municipalities, which need to be addressed for this municipality to be able to play their part in growing the economy. With only 13% of municipalities achieving a clean audit, it is clear that enhancing government capacity at local levels is essential for better service delivery and for this economy. The next slide, please. On this slide, we just provide an overview to show where most of the money is being spent by municipality. You will see on the graph that municipalities in the urban areas where most metros are, they tend to attract more revenue. They are able to raise revenue themselves. They are also able to spend more of that revenue within time. But however, more rural municipalities are a bit affected because they are unable to attract these critical skills that are needed, such as engineering skills, finance skills, to be able to run those municipalities better and also to be able to produce better infrastructure. So there is a need to support those municipalities better so that they too can also provide growth within their localities. I'll quickly move on to the municipal debt relief program, just to provide an update that this program was introduced in 2023. However, only 70 municipalities received approval for these programs. So it just shows that there's still a lot of work to be done there, because municipalities, as our research showed in the previous slide, that most of the entities that are able to manage the electricity situation better, they're able to raise most of the revenue from there. However, with the municipal debt relief program, some of those powers, they need to forfeit them to be able to qualify for that. So that is also something of a bit of a concern. However, in conclusion, I would say the MTBPS does seek to drive infrastructure development through SOEs and PPPs. A more effective approach will focus on increasing government capacity for direct delivery, especially at local government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much, co-chairs members. We apologize for taking a long time, but we thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janji and the team for well-prepared presentation. And I'm going to allow honorable members to raise the questions if they do have, and also comments. I hope Mr. Ngululeko and Mr. Nodada will assist me in identifying the hands. Let me check.
Honorable
Dr. Osonganya?
Let's take the questions after the presentation of FFC. We'll take them as a package. Otherwise, we're going to run out.
No.
Yeah, so just that FFC, from then members of the committees, I mean the general, make comments or questions, make questions.
No, thanks very much, Dr. Masamani. Can we allow FFC to make presentation?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Dr. Baba.
Good morning to all the members. If we can just flight our presentation, Chen, please.
Chair, it's fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning again to all the chairpersons of the committees. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present the research and analysis of the Fiscal Commission on the medium-term budget policy statement for 2024. I'm going to go to the second slide, Chair. Before I go to the second slide, let me just introduce my team. I am accompanied by the head of research as well as the research team, who will take us through the technical analysis of the slides. My role is to initially go through the summary, the executive summary of the presentation, and also just to introduce the rest of the presentation. Chen, if you can just go back to the previous slide, please. Thank you so much. This slide, just to indicate what is the Financial and Fiscal Commission and what is our role within the medium-term budget policy statement. The FFC is a constitutional institution established under Chapter 13 of the Constitution. Our role is to advise Parliament, the provincial legislatures, and any other authorities on all financial and fiscal matters, including providing analysis on the money bills, which includes the medium-term budget policy statements. What is important to note, honorable members, is that the considerations and analysis of the FFC must be considered before any piece of legislation is approved by this House. If we can go to the next slide. In terms of the criteria that the FFC must consider, this is prescribed in the Constitution as to what is the criteria for the analysis that the FFC must take into account when looking into the equitable share, the division of revenue across the three spheres of government. The list is in the Constitution, but primarily the provisions must also look into the national debt, the impact of that, must also look at must ensure that the provinces and municipalities are able to provide for basic services and perform their functions. We must also look at the fiscal capacity and efficiencies of the provinces and municipalities, amongst other things. If you can go to the next slide, please. The outline, honorable members, of our presentation today, I will give a macroeconomic and fiscal outlook based on our analysis, and then the research team will come in and give a technical analysis in terms of the areas of emphasis that we believe are important in this 2024 MTBPS. We'll also give an economic overview and prospects for our economy. We'll look at the fiscal framework. We'll look at the adjustment appropriation bill. We'll also look at the division of revenue amendment bill at both provincial and local government. We'll also give a risk assessments in terms of the contingency liabilities. Finally, we'll come in at the last end with strong recommendations on our views and analysis on the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement. If we can go to the next slide. In this slide here, honorable members, I'm going to just pause here and just give an overview of what is our view as the Commission in terms of the context of the medium-term budget policy statement. The Commission believes that the 2024 medium-term budget policy statements heralds a critical juncture in budget policy under the stewardship of the Government of National Unity. Despite this political landmark, South Africa confronts persistent structural, economic, and social challenges. Official unemployment stands at a high of 33.5%. The annual GDP growth rate in the last year registered only 0.4%. Therefore, we see a decline in infrastructure. We have ineffective investments. We have a worsening public sector and state-owned companies that are marked by widespread structural inefficiencies. Due to persistent downside risks from the global economic environment, we believe that the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, the unrest in the Middle East, which disrupt the flow of resources and logistics that connect manufacturing hubs in the East with the markets in the West, pose a persistent risk to the global economy. On the domestic front, and on a positive note, South Africa's headline inflation is on a downward trend, registering a 3.8% in September 2024. The exchange rate against the US dollar has experienced marginal strength. That does not detrimentally impact on exports as we continue to sustain a trade surplus as a country. Taking these factors into consideration, the Financial and Fiscal Commission concludes that monetary easing could be warranted, contingent on the government's commitment to restoring fiscal discipline by reducing its debt to GDP ratio to ensure fiscal sustainability. The annual net total requirement to finance the country's debt expanded to over 500 billion per annum. As a result, this is above our fiscal revenue capabilities by approximately 30%. This therefore escalates our borrowing requirements and also the accumulation of debt as a country. Currently, the total loan debt of the national government as a percentage of GDP rose to its highest level, reaching 74.6% in the second quarter. Now I want to hand over to the head of research to take us to the next slide.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, honourable chairs, co-chairs, and honourable members. I shall be taking you over the economic overview and prospects, as well as the fiscal framework. As my chairperson earlier stated, the movements and the developments around the international markets is worth noting. And you will recently note the global economic resilience question mark as posted by the World Bank assessment. However, it does not take away these us from looking at our domestic factors of productivity and our own nature and some of its deficiencies so that we may address them. Project accurately and truthfully. So projected global GDP increase of 2.4% in 2024 by the World Bank, as well as the inflation is projected to drop or is dropping. And hence several nations commenced the interest rate reduction cycle. However, it is widely acknowledged, and we will go into with facts, that South Africa's distinct history of racial segregation has significantly influenced its economic trajectory. We have a spread of markets that are separated in nature. And this, I think, need not more emphasis in terms of our labor markets and our capital markets, socio-economic opportunities. Our history is unique to our own. The situation is exacerbated, this is a situation, by the recent decades of deteriorating infrastructure, inadequate and ineffective capital investments. So, in any case, let's compare ourselves with the BRICS bloc, and we note that we rank second lowest amongst our BRICS in terms of standard of living and the standard of livelihood in terms of our GDP per capita. And we note also that our current account deficit is indication of underlying structural issues, including our reliance, on foreign capital and flow of capital with the international market. Enduring structural domestic factors impacting our price levels. Yes, it has somewhat been reduced, the inflation as earlier indicated. However, compare with the global bloc, it's still significantly higher at 4.7% by this measure. The South Africa's unemployment rate is our Achilles heel at 33.7%, and this marks our distinct point of vulnerability in the labor market outcomes compared to other BRICS markets. As I said, that our unique history is of significant note. High unemployment rates, of course, not only is the leading cause to poverty, but also it is exacerbating inequality, which in turn can have profound social and financial consequences, undermining the social compact, jeopardizing social cohesion. So unpacking our historical growth trajectory and productivity, we have this graph which shows that pre-2008, before the global financial crisis, our economic growth trajectory has been on a positive, supported by all, in effect, sectors or factors of productivity, labor, capital, as you can see, and then everything else, including institutional efficiency, productivity, strength of governance, as we call it, the TFP, that is standing for total factor productivity. However, since financial crisis, you can see this gradual decline in the especially of total factor productivity since the financial crisis and 2011 onwards is particularly and leading up to the slight and temporary improvement in 2018. However, hitting again by the COVID-19, which caused a sharp economic crisis hampering growth, and as well as the significant drop in total factor productivity and employment. Employment has recovered somewhat. However, total factor productivity now dips deep into the negative region. And of notes here is that you'll notice that throughout the series, what happened to capital investments? It virtually disappeared, especially from COVID onwards. So in sum, Financial and Fiscal Commission, from this data and analysis, is that we note that low capital investment and the declining productivity have undermined South Africa's path of economic development, and those are the two main factors of growth deficiencies that we need to address, notwithstanding, of course, our unique history of separating markets. And still, so considering all these historical and empirical factors, we forecast that the real GDP growth will likely register at 1.3% for the 25-26, 1.53, and 1.74 over the 2025 MTF with a 95% confidence interval. This is rather slightly less at the average estimates of 1.8 estimated by National Treasury, and except that we also have from our analysis come up with the confidence interval of 95%, which indicates that notes is that lower bound at it is still a possibility in effect that we are still possibly facing a recessionary risk until 2026-27. Thereafter, we're more comfortable in terms of maintaining our growth, albeit rather small and marginal and slow at that. This subdued performance over time and over term, in the medium term, underscores the urgent need for concerted policy measures aimed at restructuring the economy by addressing unemployment and reallocating public expenditure towards those issues that we identified earlier. And we're still unpacking because it's important that we understand our economic structure and composition before we make any substantial and credible statements about our fiscal space, is that let's look at our GDP and employment by industry over this period of 2009 and 2024. We note that the employment and GDP trends highlight a positive elasticity of employment to GDP growth in the service-oriented industry of finance and transport. In contrast, however, to traditional expectations or by some economic rationale, sectors typically regarded or assumed to be labor-intensive or labor-absorbent, such as agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, have not shown significant labor absorption. As you can see, comparing the two graphs above you, the public sector, especially of note, is represented by the community and social services sector, showed modest economic growth, coupled, however, with a significant rise in employment. And this is rather a risk than a positive, as it would increase the pressure on public sector wage bill and may indicate a crowding out effect of the public sector over the private sector activities in the economy. Inflation, as earlier stated, there's a slide and of course the downward trajectory of the inflation, and that this is positive rather. So which shows also some of the more real effects of the GDP growth. However, as the Commissioner would like to note, that it's always important not to just look at the inflation as one measure, because inside that inflation measure, there is core, there's non-core, and as you can see, between periods and across time, there are significant changes and differences between core and non-core inflation that makes up the headline inflation. But in particular, during COVID, as we can see here, core inflation rose past 10% at one point, and way above the other inflation measures, and especially of that non-core. Just a sense of core and non-core, how important it is. So basically, the red line shows the bread and butter, whereas the blue line shows luxury cars and other fancy, not so essential things. So with that, we come now to the fiscal framework. And we certainly, with all that economic analysis and measurements of our fiscal base, is that we come to the conclusion that the fiscal projection that is presented by the MTBPS 2024 somewhat is incredible. Particular that expenditure growth in 2024-25, we see that it has outpaced revenue growth. And however, it's projecting over the medium term to kind of just suddenly swap seat. Specifically, it's anticipating that revenue growth would increase by a significant, much more margin, and then the expenditure being somehow able to decrease much more than lower than revenue. And so we look into our history rather as it would give us more of the a factual basis to project our fiscal path. And so we see this from 2001 till now, this widening fiscal gap between total revenue and expenditure since the 2008 financial crisis. And that the government has followed a trajectory of rather a fiscal expansion than the fiscal consolidation that we've been talking about all this time. And we have never moved anywhere closer to a zero-based balanced budget as we can see it in the data. And the credit rating downgrades have also, as a consequence, credit rating downgrade have raised its debt retention cost as well as debt servicing cost, of course, while special appropriations for ESCON debt relief arrangement have further exacerbated total financing requirement. That is the yellow bar area that you see above that. As you can see that it has grown substantially larger and it will substantially increase further because effectively that our sovereign credibility has deteriorated. Over the long term, there has been no indication of a reduction, as we say, in these requirements, pointing to a deepening debt cycle enveloping the South African economy. As I said, that through our analysis, we know that the debt retention will increase just by how much. This is the graph that shows that. So in the current year, we're looking at the 4.9% of our revenue is going to be that yellow bar or yellow area that we showed earlier. And that is going to double next year, according to the current debt redemption schedule, to 9.3%. And what's most worrying is that this kind of follows the sort of increasing trajectory to almost 22% of the revenue envelope will be for debt redemption by the time we reach 2030. And so this does not bode well. It goes actually a significant risk to the strives and the target that we're trying to reach in terms of the NDP plan. If in effect, NDP plan and objectives are so far away from the current trajectory of our economic and fiscal envelope that it does not seem probable at all. The current trends in the redemption schedules, as I said, and underscore this long-term fragility and the maturity of debt, of the debt redemption, meaning that we have to pay them back if the debtors come and the creditors come knock on our door. And that this particular envelope of debt redemption is risky because that the exchange rate volatility, the high exposure to the exchange rate volatility, and that making it more challenging to allocate funds towards our investments. We cannot, it becomes a direct charge effectively on the National Revenue Fund. We cannot not pay them because the moment we refuse to pay them, we go into default, and then that will kick in all sort of other requirements on our debt servicing cost charges and also debt redemptions. They're going to all push all the redemption requirements to now, to this year. Tax matters and revenue laws, looking at our fiscal base now. Yes, there have been 6 actually bills have been tabled by the Minister of Finance, and I shan't go into too much detail because they are mostly following the tax proposals that was already tabled in the 2024-25 main budget. So I shall skip to then let's look at the in-year adjustment or deviations in the tax revenue to see where are our vulnerabilities in our tax envelope. And we saw that there is a decrease, number one, in terms of our revenue budgets, a total sum of 29.6 billion. And inside, and what is more concerning is that if one casts one's eyes about why the tax revenue has declined, and it's all mostly due to these, what I like to call the crisis-driven tax revenue. What that means is that, for instance, the reason why we have for instance, energy-related imports, we don't need as much of that, therefore we collect less tax revenue on that. Okay, we have a lower corporate tax, a lower fuel levy is also because of the substantial, the once-off, the diesel refund. So somehow that's because of the lessening of the crisis, that we don't spend as much on consuming or needing importing these resources, and that's why our revenue envelope is to decline. That is what is a detrimental in terms of, and what is I call a crisis-driven tax revenue, and that does not bode well. Basically, because in effect, it's saying that your effective fiscal tax base is all kind of running on the edge of on the edges of its capability and its capacity, and that all the tax revenue is driven mostly by the deteriorating and also these special interventions into and spending into these items to support it. And so one positive note is that corporate tax and the domestic VAT collections have increased marginally. However, that we note, and it is of concern, that the progressivity of personal income tax might need a more unpacking by this South African Revenue Service, because we noted a reversal of the potential reversal of the progressivity to regressivity in the personal income tax schedule, or in terms of the effective rates. Revenue performance and outlook. Commission, we have investigated and estimated the historical trend of the revenue to GDP elasticity, or what we call the tax buoyancy, to see that what is happening to our tax envelope and the foundations of our fiscal base. And one notes that although that for the most part, it is in the positive region, as we can see in the graph. However, due to the recent huge volatilities of partly COVID, but partly also this, we are talking about 23, 24, that and earlier, as I said, about the crisis-driven tax revenue base, there is something that is still rather uncertain about our tax base, to the point that our elasticity or tax buoyancy is now actually in the negative region. Meaning that while growth is going that one way, GDP is going very slowly, going one way, and meanwhile your tax revenue is significantly declined. And so using that as the basis, we forecasted that rather a conservative outlook in terms of our revenue performance and outlook. And we estimated that for the long term to be 6.4%. And this is still marginally lower, less than the National Treasury's predictions, illustrating a more conservative outlook. Now, so far, overall, we have just been as government and as well as the data is showing that we've only been talking about fiscal consolidation. We have never actually implemented it. We've never actually executed it. And despite all the talks, even the planning part, there's still a lot of uncertainty about how exactly are we going to reach a fiscal consolidatory path. And so the Commission will conclude that in order to maintain our fiscal sustainability and restoring it and enhancing public sector productivity, what we need to do is reducing public sector compensation costs to improve state efficiency and build capacity through restructuring to better align core government functions and mandates. We also would like to say that we do support the Cabinet's endorsement and initiative on the early retirement program. However, we like to propose that in addition, that this initiative be accompanying a comprehensive performance and employee audit. This is essential because of the structural shock that it was of COVID, and that I think an audit is required to identify those redundant positions and the changing nature of and some of the business models of the public sector as a whole, and address those issues of shirking workers who may be employed in what proclaims to be hybrid or remote settings. Concurrently, a salary review and benchmarking exercise should accompany should be initiated to restructure the efforts to ensure that retained employees possess the necessary skills for effective service delivery. In the context of this whole deepening fiscal crisis then, and then with the revenue projections that we analyzed and we presented earlier, is that we need a clear fiscal consolidatory path. And that to that end, the Commission proposes two scenarios to give us a clear path to that fiscal consolidation, so that we don't just talk about it and we actually think about how about doing it. Two scenarios, one in a 3-year plan and a 5-year plan. A 3-year plan basically says that if the MTF the total expenditure can be kept at 1% increase per year, then we would reach that zero, the proverbial the zero-based balance budget in 3 years' time. After that, 2 years just to pay back the ESCOM debt repayments that we can't forget, unfortunately. Then we will be back to the 6.4% increase as per the revenue. And we will not have to worry too much about then the accumulating deficits and or debt from that onwards. 3 years' time. 5-year time, however, a path is this sort of very long, as you can see, this long and deteriorating projection, and then keeping it down to under 3%, and still we didn't pay our ESCOM debt. And so in sum, in terms of the recommendations for this section, is that our analysis shows that reversing the current low growth trajectory necessitates comprehensive reforms, as said. In light of the recent moderations, that is our stance in terms of the monetary easing, conditional strongly upon the government's commitment to reinstating fiscal discipline. The current fiscal position is clearly not sustainable, and that with South Africa facing high debt, significant debt service and redemption costs, we recommend that government reduce expenditure and explore innovative debt restructuring strategies as by the Minister of Finance to mitigate those risks from running away from us. Thank you, Chair, and let me hand over to Sasha for the next section.
Good morning to the chairs and members of the four committees, as well as colleagues present on the platform. This section considers the 2024 Adjustment Appropriation Bill and the 2024 Special Appropriation Bill. Chair, the next couple of slides highlight the adjustments contained in the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, and we focus on the percentage change between what was appropriated to a vote in the 2024 Appropriation Bill relative to the adjusted amount as per the 2024 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. And we do the same exercise for 2023. So looking at the votes within the learning and culture function, as well as health and social development, we see that significant adjustments were made at the time of the 2023 MTBPS, and this is reflected by the green bars in the figure. Looking at this year's adjustments as reflected by the blue bars, we can see that these votes generally increased or remained unchanged. Honing in on the social development vote, we note that there's been an upward adjustment of 3.2 billion. Half of that funding was to cover the 20 rand increase in the social relief of distress grant that was affected in April this year. And then the other 1.6 billion is a rollover to fund outstanding payments related to the SRD grant. From the Commission's perspective, the performance and administration of this grant has been, as members will know, a challenge since its inception. And it drives home the need for the South African Social Security Agency to improve its performance, but also for the Department of Social Development to strengthen its oversight of this entity and hold it accountable in terms of having the right processes and systems in place. Turning to the figure at the bottom of the slide, it shows the water and sanitation, transport, human settlements, and cooperative governance votes. And the largest adjustment is the upward adjustment to the transport vote amounting to 5 billion rand. And this money relates to the agreement between national government and the Gauteng provincial government to assist SANRAL with debt repayments related to the e-tolls project that was deactivated in April this year. We also note that this is the second year running that a downward adjustment is reflected in the water and sanitation vote. Last year, the vote was adjusted down by 4%. And given the challenges experienced in the sector, there is a need to ensure that these adjustments are not negatively affecting service delivery. The 0.6% upward adjustment to the cooperative governance vote is largely to assist municipalities with flood-related damage. Moving to the next slide, please. This slide shows the adjustments to the economic development-related votes. And as members can see by the green bars in that figure, there were significant downward reductions to all votes in the 2023 adjustments process. This year, the adjustments are mostly positive, but in some they are all marginal and under 1%, except for the agriculture vote, which saw a 300 million rand addition. And this is in respect of assistance being provided to the Western Cape for flood-damaged infrastructure. Moving to the next slide, please. In this slide, we show the adjustments for the peace and security-related votes. There are a few relatively large increases here. The largest adjustment is to the Home Affairs vote, which was increased by 1.6 billion relative to the appropriated amount in the February budget. And this amount is due to expenditure incurred for issuing official documents, specifically your passports and smart identity cards, which is defrayed by the revenue that was then generated from issuing those documents. The defence vote is adjusted upwards by 3.7 billion or 7%, which is due to the missions that South Africa has sent to the Democratic Republic of Congo and Mozambique. And within this cluster of votes, there's also an increase of 158 million to the Office of the Chief Justice to fund an increase of 2.5% to judges' salaries. Moving to the next slide, please. This slide illustrates the adjustments to votes within the general public services function. The largest increase amounting to 7.8% relates to the International Relations and Cooperation vote. The increase is in part driven by legal proceedings against Israel in the International Court of Justice, as well as costs related to South Africa taking up the rotating presidency of the G20 in December this year. Regarding the increase to the presidency vote, which amounts to 25 million, this includes the special appropriation of 17 million to cover the costs associated with the filing of South Africa's affidavit with the ICJ a few weeks ago. Moving to the next slide. This slide summarizes the direct charges against the National Revenue Fund, and as has become the trend, the largest upward adjustment is to debt service costs, and this item is adjusted upwards by 6.7 billion, with spending on this item continuing to crowd out spending on actual service delivery programs. We also see an upward adjustment to members' remuneration, which increased from 493 million to 714 million, likely due to the expanded number of ministers that accompanied the establishment of the Government of National Unity. The next slide speaks to the Special Appropriation Bill. I've already mentioned the items under the vote adjustment, but just to quickly summarize, the largest item on this bill is the 5 billion to SANRAL to assist with the repayment of debt linked to the now scrapped e-tolls project. And on this aspect, the Commission would advise the government to reflect on the lessons that can be learned from this project. So, for example, a potential takeaway from the experience could include conducting more rigorous feasibility studies to understand the viability of an intended reform. The rest of the special appropriation amounting to 95 million covers 3 votes and relates to the case against Israel at the ICJ. And here, while the Commission appreciates the role that South Africa is playing in promoting peace, both regionally and internationally, we would advise that an attempt to partner with other countries on these issues be pursued so that the fiscal burden is shared. The final slide, second last slide in this section, relates to our comments on expenditure from a functional perspective. And the figure on that slide illustrates the year-on-year growth over the 3 years of the 2025 MTF period. Overall, we see the government's infrastructure-led growth stance evident in the strong increases projected for the economic development function in 2025-26. And as a function, economic development is projected to increase by 12% in 2025-26. And within that economic development cluster, job creation efforts are also prioritized. And here the FFC supports government's review of the linkages and extent of coordination that exists between our job creation efforts and the broader social security system. Under the economic development function, the Commission also welcomes the government's intention over the 2025 MTF to prioritize smallholder farmers, as this is in line with our recently tabled recommendations, which emphasizes the role that this cohort of farmers can play in improving the performance of the agricultural sector, whilst also facilitating transformation in that sector. Of concern is that the second fastest grower for 2025-26 is debt service costs. We can see from the figure that growth in this item, which is the last 3 bars in that figure, is projected to increase by 7.8% in 2025-26, and this outstrips growth across all the other functions. Regarding basic education, the Commission welcomes the priority that will be attached to piloting a nutrition program in the ECD sector, as well as the emphasis on strengthening early grade reading. If we can get these interventions right, it will certainly help to improve South Africa's learning outcomes. The concern that the Commission raises in respect of critical functions like basic education as well as health is that significant policy decisions have been adopted, but these have not been accompanied by robust implementation and funding frameworks. And we believe that such considerations should be resolved prior to a reform being adopted. And it's not something that you think about after you've made the decision. So Chair, with that, we move to the last slide in this section, which speaks to the recommendations on the aspects I've just spoken on. The first reiterates the Commission's concern around the size and growth of debt service costs, which at a projected 419 billion for 2025-26 is larger than allocations to critical areas of service delivery like basic education, health, and community development functions. Secondly, the Commission supports the government's plans to integrate policy opportunities with social security system interventions, which will serve to enhance the impact of these interventions. Regarding the Department of Social Development, in light of the ongoing challenges being experienced in relation to social security grants, we recommend that the DSD implements more stringent oversight over the South African Social Security Agency to ensure that the correct systems and processes are in place to administer social security grants in an efficient and effective manner. Regarding adjustments to votes to cover costs related to promoting peace regionally and internationally, the Commission recommends that strategies be intensified to encourage other nations to collaborate in these initiatives so as to ensure that costs do not fall disproportionately on South Africa. Then regarding the special appropriation to SANRAL, the Commission recommends that projects of this nature undergo rigorous feasibility studies, as well as interrogating, where the function should be, would best be placed. And then lastly, the Commission welcomes and supports the government's focus on promoting growth through prioritization of infrastructure. And the caution here is that the allocations must be complemented by robust project management from inception to actual development of the infrastructure. Secondly, that in order to protect the government's investment in infrastructure, there must be a commitment to ensure adequate repairs and maintenance of the developed infrastructure. Thank you, and I'll hand over to my colleague Kutso.
Thanks, Sasha. Good morning to you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Co-Chairs, and Honorable Members. So I'll be taking you through the next two sections of the presentation that relate to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill as it relates to provinces and local government. So, yes, next slide, please. So looking at this slide, what we see here is just a summary of the budget allocations to provinces showing their share of the Division of Revenue and the growth in equitable share and conditional grants. What we see is that over the medium term, provinces are projected to receive 42.4% of the national Division of Revenue. So the 2020-24 MTBPS includes no additional provisions to the provincial equitable share beyond the 4.5% that is already allocated, which reflects a recovery from the previous growth rates of 2.5% in 2023-24 and 2.6% in 2024-25. It should also be noted that this amendment bill for provinces has been tabled amidst provincial appeals for additional funding to address expenditure pressures. However, what the Commission would like to note is that the budget constraints cannot be viewed in isolation of provincial autonomy in allocating equitable share funding based on locally determined priorities and competing needs, and should not be assumed to directly correlate the staff numbers or cost pressures within a province. Secondly, the Commission also want to note that responsibility for reducing public sector compensation costs to enhance state efficiency and build capacity without compromising public service delivery and restoring fiscal sustainability should be shared equally across all spheres of government. So in this sense, the Commission would like to note two things. Firstly, that provinces as the primary employers of provincial doctors, teachers, of nurses and also public administrators should conduct a comprehensive employee audit to identify redundant positions within provinces while also improving public sector productivity. And secondly, the concurrent salary review and benchmarking exercise should accompany structuring efforts to ensure that retained employees possess the skills essential for effective service delivery. Excuse me. So on this slide, the figure that we see here illustrates the adjustment to the provincial equitable share for each province for the 2023-24 and 2024-25 financial years. So we see is that adjustments totaling 17.6 billion were made in the 2023-24 adjusted budget to address the wage shortfall for employee compensation in the health and education sectors, with an average increase of 3.1% across all provinces. In contrast, no adjustments were made in the 2024-25 financial year in the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. Next slide, please. Turning our attention to the provincial conditional grants, what we find here is that provision has been made for an additional 948 million for infrastructure reconstruction in the Western Cape province due to flood damage. And these funds will flow through 4 sets of conditional grants to provinces, namely the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, which receives the majority of the funding, also the health facility revitalization grant, the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program grant, and lastly, the Education Infrastructure grant. And the Western Cape also receives an additional 251 million in the Education Infrastructure grant for its Rapid School Build program. These funds were provided through the budget facility for infrastructure, which was introduced as a reform to the budget in 2016, which aims to support the execution of infrastructure investments which promote growth and social development in a sustainable manner. In the Eastern Cape, 35.7 million is rolled over for the school infrastructure backlogs grant. And lastly, there's also been a conditional grant review, and what we find is that over the MTF, two proposals are made. Firstly, being that merging comprehensive agricultural support program grant with the Elima Letsema grant, and this development is welcomed by the Commission as it is in line with our recommendation in our 2025-26 Division of Revenue. Secondly, the merging of the education infrastructure grant with the school infrastructure backlogs grant is also proposed, and this is also welcomed by the Commission. Yes. So turning our attention to local government, I think the colleagues from PBO have communicated, the problems that the local government sector face. So this is a sphere that is under immense pressure, and many municipalities really fail to deliver their core mandate owing to many challenges such as poor financial management controls, ineffective budgeting practices, unfunded budgets, and perpetual underspending. And added to this is also the institutional weaknesses that hamper the sector from fulfilling their core mandate of delivering services to the people. So this is the backdrop against which the medium-term expenditure framework allocations are made to local government. And what we see is that over the 2025 MTF, the sphere is set to receive 550.5 million, which is split into 3 categories, namely the local government equitable share, the conditional grants, and also the full levy sharing with metropolitan municipalities. Thanks. Next slide. So the local government equitable share, as we know, it is a formula-driven formula and highly dependent on population data that is disaggregated to a municipal level. So the point that we try to communicate here is that as part of the basic allocation, National Treasury has a set of factor input cost per basket of service, and for electricity, National Treasury allocates 136 for the 50 kilowatts hour of free basic electricity, of which 13.60 rands is allocated for repairs and maintenance. So this table that we see here illustrates the lowest domestic unit cost in 7 metros, that is 7 metros excluding Mangaung metropolitan municipality due to the unavailability of data. So this is done to determine adequacy of the 136 rents. So the table further illustrates the variations in the provision of electricity. And this really highlights the need for the National Treasury to undertake a costing exercise to ensure that the free basic services are sound, transparent, and accurately affected. Okay, next slide, please. On this slide, we look at conditional grants, and we find that a total of 165.2 billion is said to be transferred to municipalities through this funding window over the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework. So in the 2025-26 financial year, conditional grants will increase marginally by 2.19% year-on-year, followed by a negative growth estimate for the 2027-28 financial year of negative 0.12%. And in terms of the adjustments made to conditional grants, 3 grants are affected, namely the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant, the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant, and the Public Transport Network Grant. In terms of the RBAG, this funding will mainly affect the Trakenstein municipality with a reduction of 225 million for the 2024-25 financial year, while the proposed changes on the PTNG will only affect the city of Johannesburg and Buffalo city municipalities, each at 150 million. And this revision is due to the reprioritization of funding towards the tax relief, which aims at legitimizing the taxi industry. Thank you. Next slide, please. This graph here just shows the 28 municipalities that will receive additional funding via the Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant. Our point to note is that the highest, the municipalities that receives that are going to receive the highest funding here are the Nelson Mandela Bay, Buffalo City, and also the So the Nelson Mandela Bay, the Buffalo Nelson Mandela Bay, and also the Alfred Duma municipalities will receive the highest funding on this grant. Thank you. Next slide. In terms of the recommendations, firstly, for provinces, the Commission points out the budget constraints faced by provinces, especially within the education and health sectors, that should be assessed in the context of provincial autonomy over the allocation of share funding, which is determined by local priorities and competing needs. So to better understand the underlying causes of these budgetary issues, a detailed analysis is recommended that takes into account the policy decisions made by the provinces. Secondly, the Commission highlights the necessity for all spheres of government to share the responsibility of reducing public sector compensation costs, as this measure is vital for enhancing state efficiency and capacity building. Thirdly, the Commission applauds the integration of the indirect schools infrastructure backlogs grant into the direct education infrastructure grant. And lastly, related to provinces, now with the increasing frequency of natural disasters in South Africa, it is advised that provincial governments proactively manage the risks associated with these events through strategic infrastructure planning and budget adaptation strategies, as this approach will help mitigate potential impacts and advance resilience against natural disasters. Relating to government, the Commission supports the review of the local government white paper as recommended in our previous submissions. We are of the view that this review will promote a differentiated approach tailored to address the distinct challenges faced by municipalities across the sphere, ensuring that each area's unique issues are proactively managed. And lastly, we recommend that the National Treasury should collaborate with the SOE to undertake a rolling household migration study And this study should be aimed at addressing discrepancies in the census data that is used in the master fringe sample. And additionally, a costing exercise should be conducted to establish a more accurate basis for the horizontal division of revenue formula, ensuring equitable distribution of funds. Honorable Chair, I will pause here and hand over to my colleague Neo to take us through the last section of the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, can we request that we try to summarize the presentation, because already I've seen the comment on the chat from Honorable Beck and Wesley in terms of the time that will be given for asking questions. So if we can try to summarize FFC so that we can make an ample time for our honorable members to ask questions. Please, thank you.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. This is Chen speaking. In the interest of time, then let me take over very quickly from Neo and then hand back to my chair. So this is just showing the total contingent liabilities for the 2023-24. Of course, contingent liabilities are budgeted, and then exposed to when there are significant failures or revenue failures on the beneficiaries. And then we also show the compensation data as part of our fiscal risk statement. And that we shan't take too much more in terms of that, except one thing of note, of course, is demonstrated in this graph, where we compare the public sector average monthly earnings and the national average monthly earnings. And this is national average for both private and public, meaning that if we would really to just isolate the private sector earnings, it would have been lower than this. And despite that, the difference in average monthly remunerations between the public and the whole of market is stark, to say the least. And then with that, Honorable Chair, if I may hand back to my chair.
In the interest of time, Chen, I think I will just go to the next slide just to highlight one or two recommendations. I think the members have seen the recommendations. On this slide, members, I think, no, go to the previous one, Chen. The previous slide, please. Yes, I want to just give to recommendation number 3, which is the FFC's contribution to the MTBPS in terms of where we see the fiscal debt problem. Given South Africa's current fiscal position, which is clearly unsustainable due to a lack of economic productivity, despite an expansionary fiscal policy stance over the past 15 years, the Commission proposes 2 fiscal consolidation plans, a 3-year and a 5-year path to achieve a zero balance budget. Next slide, please. The next slide, I think the members have seen these slides. Go to the next one, Chen. The recommendation number 11, I want to highlight that the Commission points out that the budget constraints faced by provinces, especially within the education and health sectors, should be assessed in the context of provincial autonomy over the allocation of equitable share funding. Also, the next recommendation, number 12, the Commission highlights the necessity for all spheres of government to share the responsibility of reducing public sector compensation costs. Next slide. Our recommendations, members, no, previous slide, Chen. Our recommendations, members, in terms of local government, the Commission recommends that Stats SA as well as National Treasury undertake a rolling household migration study. The study is critical as it aims to address all the discrepancies that we see in the census data. Additionally, we believe that a costing exercise should be conducted to establish a more accurate basis for the horizontal division of revenue. Next slide. We also welcome the efforts to decrease the reliance on government guarantees, as this is important. And finally, the last slide, Chen. I think that concludes our recommendations, Chairperson and members. We'd like to hand over back to you and we'll entertain questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, thanks, Dr. Mbaba. Honorable members, I think it's time for us to ask questions, and then if there are hands, so that I can be able to quickly deal with it, so that we should be mindful of the time. I see Honorable Suisa, I see Honorable Mani, Honorable Datlas, Honorable Ebesley, Honorable Raida, Honorable Makubele, Honorable Helen, Kwankwa, Majola, and Mazibuko. Those are the hands that I see for now. Thank you. Can we start with Honorable Sivisa, please?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I'll just dwell into one of the issues. I'm not going to go into the whole medium term, or let me start by greeting everyone and welcoming the briefing by FFC and the PBO. Chair, I'm just going to focus on one issue, which is of a great concern, which is the issue of education and the allocation towards basic education. Because we all know that without education, whether formal or informal, we won't be able to get any employment, which means that the unemployment rate is still going to be very high. So it's a great concern to see that even though there is an increase of 1.2 billion, but it's not actually enough to actually address the issue of infrastructure and the backlog of infrastructure within schools. We don't have enough schools. We are still faced with overcrowded classes. We are still faced with, when we speak about infrastructure, overcrowded classes. If you don't have enough classes, which means that we'll still be stuck with overcrowded. We still have an issue which I think needs to be addressed by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, the issue of not having enough libraries in schools. Not many schools, many of the schools that I've done oversight on, they don't even have adequate libraries. One of the wards where I went to, the library is there, but there is not enough books in there. Then you've got your only basic books, but if any child wants to do an in-depth research, there are not enough books that are not there. Despite the fact that the infrastructure grant and the infrastructure backlog is standing at 14.95 billion, but it doesn't mean that the money is enough. There should be enough money made available for basic education, because of if we fail our children at the level of basic education, then it means that we are going to have children that cannot read and write. Yes, the way the monies are being spent or are being allocated, it looks nice and beautiful. There's something that the FFC has mentioned in their presentation to say that there can be policies, but if implementation is not done, if we cannot deal with the corruption, because the money can be there, but if there is no proper monitoring and evaluation that happens, it means that the money is going to end. We are going to make follow-up towards the 251 million that is allocation that is made to the Northern Cape pertaining the infrastructure grant for education. Because right now there are a few projects that are there. There are 2 schools that seriously need to be given money to make sure that their infrastructure is proper. And the Minister of Basic Education still hasn't responded only on one school, but the other one, there's still no response that is there. Even though the money is there, but is it enough to actually address the issue of basic education? I hear that the budget also spoke to the issue of ECDs and nutrition and making sure that children are being taught in their home language. But is there actually a plan that is going to be implemented to transverse or to move from using English as a medium term into moving into Setswana, isiXhosa, isiZulu, Tshivenda, Chitonga? Are there even books to actually make sure that the language that you are speaking, that the child needs to be taught in their basic home language? Are the books even there? If they are going to say that there's money available to ensure that that happens, are the books there? Are the materials there to ensure that the children are going to be taught in their mother tongue? Or is it only that the teacher must speak the language, but the books are still going to come back written into English? For now, I'm going to stop there, Chair, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, because I'm in a poor signal area, can I request not to show my camera just to improve things? Thank you, Chair. Right. I think the first point I want to make, Chair, is that for us as the MK party, we supported even the budget of FFC. And the reason we did that is because we believe in their professionalism, objectivity, and all of that. And once again, I must just say, we also welcome this well put together presentation. But you know, as the presentation was flashing by, I just spotted something there that made me very nervous. That actually this framework dates back to 1964 or something. This is when I was born. This is like a 60-year-old or more framework. I have a problem with this, Chairperson. In other words, it means we're dealing with an apartheid framework in a democratic environment. And this is why we're having these endless problems. I mean, if you look into the graphs that were shown here, in terms of the debt redemption, we're going nowhere fast, Chairperson. This is just more of the same, more of the same, more of the same. We're going nowhere. So for us, starting point, Chair, is that we want to appeal to the FFC to go back to the drawing board and make sure that we fundamentally transform the framework. This framework that we have now, littered with austerity measures, littered with all kinds of recommendations from IMF and World Bank, has ensured that we're sitting with a 32% unemployment rate. This is this framework. This framework has produced untold poverty. This framework has ensured that the sixth administration, for instance, including this current administration, is sitting with inequality that is worse than in apartheid days. This is just fact. We're sitting at 0.67 Gini coefficient. It's a disaster. And we continue with this thing. You know, there's a saying that if you do exactly the same thing all the time and expect a different result, then you're insane. I think we're insane in continuing with this framework, Chairperson. And when I saw that 1964, I actually turned off. I could not even listen much more attentively. Then I realized that we're still in the oppressive regime. And it was made worse with the fact that of all provinces, one of the provinces that has got the resources is now given another 251 million. Whilst we have children in the Eastern Cape and KZN that are daily crossing rivers, swimming across rivers, where is extra allocation for those provinces? So, Chairperson, I'm very worried about this, and I think to be nitpicking on this thing now is like accepting this framework. And for us as MK Party, we actually reject this framework. We reject the apartheid framework, and we're calling on FFC to redo the thing and make sure that we put South Africa on a proper path of a decolonized framework. This is a colonized framework that we're sitting on now. It's an apartheid and colonized a financial framework. Why are we giving credence to this? It's a framework that is inspired by all kinds of imperialistic greed and so on, that the only beneficiaries of this thing is the imperialist. It is no coincidence, Chairperson, that the biggest line item in the fiscals of this country is a debt service cost. That debt service cost line item is higher than education, is higher than the army, is higher than everything else. So we are sitting here as South Africa, we are working for Europe. Let me pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Wesley.
Good day, everyone. I'm Honorable Wesley Douglas from MK, Umkhonto Sizwe, and I want to just catch on to what our Chief Whip has said, that we reject the MTBPS in its entirety. Our role is executive oversight, and this is a session with the FFC and the PBA office, and I want to thank them for their presentations and for their hard work that they've done in support of our committees during this time. But I think we need to fundamentally look at how this thing is structured. The 2024 MTBPS raises the national debt to 356 billion, representing an estimated 5% of GDP by 2025. It focuses on stringent fiscal consolidation at a time when public spending is most needed to stimulate the economy. We need to grow our economy, and yet we are tightening the belts, and it's hitting the poorest of the poor the most. We justify reducing essential social spending in light of rising debt service costs and stagnant economic growth with this budget. Would it not be more effective to adopt a fiscal approach, as the MK party advocates, with public investment in key sectors to stimulate economic demand? Instead of focusing on fiscal consolidation, the MK party proposes structural reforms such as a public ownership of strategic sectors. Why is the DA-led ANC coalition government not considered these reforms that are proven to stimulate inclusive economic growth globally? I'd like the FFC and PBO to look into this for us as committees, because part of their role is to look at alternatives. What I've seen is the reporting on more of the same. As our Chief Whip have just said now, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. We are getting the same result year in, year out for 30 years, and it's not changing anything because we're not changing the structure of the economy. Furthermore, with small businesses contributing up to 40% of South Africa's GDP and employing over 60% of the workforce, why does the MTBS allocate minimal support to SMMEs? The budget falls short of addressing high red tape and market entry barriers, impeding SMMEs from achieving their potential for job creation. Wouldn't a focused investment strategy on SMMEs, as proposed by MK Party, better support local economic growth and reduce unemployment? In the 2024 MTBS, the per capita social wage allocation dropped from 61% to 59.9%, despite a population increase and rising demand on public services. How does this reflect a commitment to reducing poverty when statistically South Africa remains one of the most unequal countries globally with a Gini coefficient of 0.63? How does the government justify this decline in social spending amidst growing socioeconomic challenges like unemployment and a lack of industrial and manufacturing industry? Given South Africa's vast mineral wealth, then, why does the MTBS fail to pursue policies for nationalizing critical resources? By nationalizing and retaining control over minerals, energy, and land, as the MK Party proposal, South Africa could secure billions of rands in revenue, enhancing fiscal stability without increasing national debt. How does the current MTBS expect to foster growth without leveraging these assets for the country's benefit? And this is the real questions that we need to be asking, honorable members, and this is the real questions we need to be asking our country. Given that the South Africa's wealthiest 1% holds nearly 70% of the total wealth of South Africa, the absence of a wealth tax in MTBPS reflects more than just a reluctance to address this imbalance. It denotes criminal negligence by this executive. Why has the government not implemented a wealth tax, as with other high inequality countries have done, to provide a sustainable revenue stream and reduce reliance on regressive taxes that disproportionately affects the poor? Especially since the wealth of these South Africans is built of stolen land and mineral resources exploitation and the daily oppression and exclusion from the economy of the African Aboriginal and African indigenous peoples, the regional owners of the inhabitants of this land. As with South Africa's effective corporate tax rate, the ETR, sitting as low as 18% in some sectors, why does the MTBS lack aggressive measures to close tax loopholes exploited by corporations and by this top 1%? By ensuring corporations pay their fair share, government revenues could increase without resorting to tax and to cuts of essential services. These are simple things that the government should be doing and hasn't done for 30 years. The corporate tax contributing only 18% to national revenue, despite corporations holding the majority of the wealth. Why hasn't this government proposed more equitable measures to ensure corporations contribute fairly to the tax base? You know, given the debt to GDP ratio is not the root of South Africa's economic challenges, but rather weak economic growth because of the land ownership issue, why does the Executive and Finance Minister in the current administration persist with stringent fiscal anchors? Studies from the OECD and IMF, they show that such anchors do little to support growth in developing economies, and the NDB reflects that too, the New Development Bank. Does the government recognize that the MK's party strategy of increased fiscal investment aimed at stimulating demand would be a more effective path to sustainable growth? Also, again, FCC and PBO needs to look at this for the next budgetary cycle. The MTB proposes expanding private sector partnerships for infrastructure, yet international studies indicate that PPPs often result in long-term fiscal burdens, higher service costs, and reduced access for the poor. What evidence supports that increased private sector dependency will be effective for South Africa, where the inequality gap is vast? Would a fully public model, as the MK party recommends, not be a more sustainable, inclusive approach? I have many more questions and inputs, and especially on how we are going to get the South African municipalities facing cash flow challenges to over 80% in need of improved infrastructure. The MTBS provides insufficient support for local governments to deliver essential services. Without a revised municipal revenue model, how does the government anticipate achieving improved service delivery outcomes, especially in underserved areas? You see, with South Africa's GDP growth rate projected to hover around 1%, largely due to limited diversification and an over-reliance on extractive industries, how does the government justify an MTBS with no focus on industrial policy? The MK party advocates for a robust industrialization strategy focused on manufacturing and value-added sectors to strengthen the economy and create resilient jobs. So there's a number of different things that I want to speak about, but the main thing is we keep on rubber stamping a budget that doesn't work. We keep on rubber stamping an MTBPS that doesn't work because the fundamentals of the economy is wrong. So I want to ask the SFC and the PBO to look into how we can restructure the economy based upon the ownership and the land ownership of the mineral rights and the land rights. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Douglas. Is Honorable Besley.
Thank you, Chair, and greeting to all colleagues out there. So, yeah, I didn't know we were debating the medium term, just asking questions. So I'm just going to ask a few questions. Yeah, our big concern with the budget is the low economic growth, and I just want to ask the PBO and FFC if they think this MTBS, do they think that it will be able to have an impact on poverty, unemployment, and inequality? Because the way we look at it from Action SA, 1.8% economic growth in the next 4 years is not going to change anything. And then I'd also like to ask the PBO if they've done any analysis on SARS. There was 1 or 2 paragraphs on SARS being underfunded, but according to international benchmarks, SARS is underfunded by 30%, and the SARS commissioner confirmed that, and an estimated tax gap of 800 billion. Has PBO done any work in that regard, and don't they think it would be an easy win to get some extra revenue into government coffers? And then both the PBO and the FFC made a comment about public wages being too high, and we all have to play a role in it. But I didn't see any comments on the size of the cabinet. I mean, the size of the cabinet just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And to me, it's just bizarre that people can tell people to tighten their belts when their own belt is getting looser. So I'm just wondering, yeah, just in terms of there just wasn't any comment on actual size of the cabinet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. The next is Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, if I can just point out, there have in the past been concerns raised about having PBO and the FFC presenting at the same meeting, because there's insufficient opportunity for members, particularly in a joint meeting, to properly engage the issues. That is the case again today. Our time is hugely constrained and I don't have opportunity to ask as many questions as I would like to, particularly of the FFC. Having said that, I'm going to limit myself to 2 questions because I really want focus on the third point. But yes, that was my first point. My second point, Chair, is that I would like to hear from the FFC about their comments about the framework to adjust grants. I think those of us in the NCOP are very concerned about that and would like to have some opinions and as many inputs as possible on the signal that grant work is going to be adjusted and amended. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Can we have just some guidance? Obviously, it's for us to make up our minds, but obviously to have as much information at hand as possible. That segues me into the last point, which is the most important one I want to make, Chair. The PBO has veered away dangerously from their mandate. They are not presenting to us as an independent advisory body. They are coming forth as if they are some sort of a standard bearer for a particular school of thought, and they are expressing opinions and making recommendations that are not independent and not advising parliamentarians of the various options. And I just want to put on record, I think that the PBO is playing a very dangerous game with their mandate and not doing it to our committees. Thank you, Chair.
Straight to the point. Well done, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Macroeconomic.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Well, I have only 2 questions. The first question is to the Parliamentary Budget Office, is around the impact of the policy of Treasury as pronounced by the Minister to encourage older public servants to retire early and open up spaces for new entrants to the public sector. Will that have any impact in terms of the budget, in terms of savings in the fiscals, or have you seen the impact or can we quantify the impact of such a policy direction, and what are the impacts on the fiscals and its budget in relations to this policy direction? And then the second one is around the budget cuts on critical departments where budget is needed to advance, especially on the basic education portfolio. The basic education minister mentions the fact that in the short term and long term, there will be shortages in terms of the budget in employing new teachers. Perhaps can the budget office expand on how do you think we can be able to use the budget as a tool to circumvent this situation where critical teaching posts will not be able to be filled based on a lack of budget? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Macroeconomic. Honorable Helen May.
No, thank you very much, and good morning to my colleagues. And if you don't mind, I'm in a rural area, so the signal is not good here. Thank you very much for the presentations, and I have 3 areas of interest that I wanted some clarity on. I want to go back to the presentation by PBO, and that was on the slide that was number 45, where we're talking to the contingent liabilities and guarantees that government have to make. Now, the challenge that I saw here, that's we kind of went a bit too fast about this slide. Okay, there's a few things that I wanted to ask the Budget Office. One is Danelle's guarantees have expired and the entity remains financially strained and unable to meet its obligations. What does that have for, how does that affect us? The other issue is the Land Bank has been in default on its debt obligations since April 2020. So I would say those are 2 areas that we needed to have a look at, because it's our SOEs that are constraining us with regards to our budget, because generally there's a positive step forward given the current economic context. That is what I wanted to say with regards to that. We just need to have a look at those areas. In the last presentation by the FFC, there were recommendations with regards to local government. Now, since the white paper needs to be reviewed, because the model that local government was modeled on, it was as though it was a going business. Now, however, that is not quite the case. If we see how the challenges that local government has had with regards to the growing indigent register, the lack of the challenges they have with aging infrastructure. Now, I know from the past why the grant funding did not always allow for the upgrading of existing infrastructure. There was always enough money for new infrastructure, not actually maintaining. And one would have had to look in your own pot, in your budget, in a local municipality to do that, when in fact your funds you're just managing to break even. And that is a challenge, because even if you look in the UK, their county councils are basically bankrupt. So the system of local government, from whoever, there's the United Kingdom, they have their own challenges, and so do we. So there is a challenge in looking at what model should local government adopt going forward. If you look at how in the past we used the RDP success story to kickstart our infrastructure growth and our economy, we maybe should be looking at digitization. If you look at what Rwanda has done in growing the economy, they have started to attract all the tech companies. And I'm thinking to myself, why are we not doing that? In the East London IDZ, there was a chance that we were going to attract Google, one of the Google call centers. Now, let me tell you that creates jobs. That's like 3,000 jobs. If you look at the digitization, our youth are accustomed to their cell phones. Everything is online. There's a gaming aspect. The tech companies are who we should be attracting. And maybe government, we should be looking at, what we are looking at is industrialization, but we should actually be looking at what is next on the 4th industrial revolution with regards to ITC. Everything is going digital. And maybe that is an area that we really need to go into and look at from a fine tooth comb, is how do we adjust that and bring those unemployed youth into coding. I mean, I had a project on coding, taking kids that knew they were using their cell phones. And it was a project when I was at Buffalo City as a deputy mayor. And all we did was teach kids on their cell phones how to do coding through a game that was developed by a professor at NMU. So, and it really brought all the kids who thought that they couldn't do ICT, that they couldn't do coding. And I think what we are looking at is we're looking at an old system of employment, of EPWP, of you name it, of having the institutional memory of civil servants retire and not passing it on to those that are young. But digitizing will actually shed those that are from the past, but bringing in the new. So those were the questions that I had, is should we not be advising government to re-look at the digital aspect, the tech companies, get those into South Africa? I think those were the two things that I had. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kwangwa. Honorable
Thank you very
members, Honorable Kwangwa, my apologies. Honorable members, it seems that we might pass 12 o'clock. Please, let's not log out. Let's be on the meeting so that we can be able to listen to the response from the FFC and the PBO. Please, honorable members. Honorable Kwangwa.
Yeah, because we're to blame. We've asked long questions. Thank you, Chair. May I also keep my video for network issues. Chairperson, the PBO for next. The director's comments, I think the context says there that there are lack of specific targets. I want to understand, is it because my chapter 2 of the policy statement in particular, you would see that the fiscal framework is grounded on the economic focus that are they not adequate enough? Are they not specific enough in terms of dealing with the variables he was talking about in his context? I want to understand so that we can be able to understand the weaknesses or the gaps that the MTBPS statement should fill. The other question, which is related to this, PBO, for example, mentioned the question of fiscal consolidation impacting per capita spending. I want to link that point in particular with what was celebrated in the media and by the government of a primarily fiscal surplus, which the minister spoke about, even in his speech policy statement. But I want to ask an important question to say, has the expenditure, given the picture you've painted when it comes to fiscal consolidation and how it impacts per capita spending, has the expenditure control measures which have been undertaken by government by embarking on a fiscal consolidation path targeted the right areas? Or maybe I should ask it differently. Has it not impacted negatively on areas which should serve as growth drivers? Meaning, when we want to reignite growth, did we not end up diverting expenditure that should be focused on specific areas to try and reignite growth in the economy? Did it not occur at the expense of the social services or social wage cluster issues? Why am I asking this question? It's because when we look at growth focus in South Africa, it seems as if there's an analysis of the performance of the various industries that could potentially contribute to that growth in order for us to realize the target. But then it would appear in the majority of instances that that is not supported by expenditure that focuses specifically in assisting those areas of the economy or sectors in order to realize the growth focus, which is a major challenge because year in and year out, the growth focus that come out of Treasury are usually very optimistic and in the majority of instances never achieved. And I also want to find out from PBO, in the past, they used to have their own growth focus. For example, they would list the IMF 1 There will be the National Treasury one, there'll be their own ones. And then one could be able to see the inputs that went into the forecast themselves and be able to evaluate which one was realistic for whatever reasons. I think that is also very important for them to consider again when we deal with the issue of forecasts and targets that are set by government. He also says there that there's an over-reliance on Operation Vulindlela. It is true that Operation Vulindlela, for example, is drawn from various projects that failed in the past. But what is the alternative then? Is it because, is the criticism about the fact that Operation Vulindlela as a strategy is not comprehensive enough? Or is it that there's not enough monitoring with aspects of how certain targets that are set by Operation Vulindlela are achieved, or the progress that they are making? Are they Vulindlela, are they opening the road or clearing the way, or bayayivala completely, or are they not being effective? This is primarily because if you were to talk about the issue of binding constraints on the economy, which is one of the issues that Operation Vulindlela is trying to address, it's an ASCISA issue. If you remember the economic policy on ASCISA, some of the issues were highlighted there, but were never really implemented. Or even if they were never as successful or did not actually yield the desired outcomes or results. I want us to talk about the debt service costs. Even the medium-term policy statement here, I think about page 47, cites this matter that debt service costs have to fall below about 20% to ensure that more resources, 20% of total expenditure. Why? So that it can free up resources in order for those resources to be able to be used for more pressing issues. Now the question is, if you were to look at the inflation outlook, we've spoken about, FFC has spoken about, I want to get to my notes here. FFC did speak about inflation in the downward trajectory of the inflation rate and inflation in general. And that given the fact that in the past, the forecast expected that the debt to GDP ratio would stand at about 95% of GDP by 2025. If you remember, even the rating agencies based the evaluation of the South African economy on those forecasts. Now you can see that the debt is beginning to stabilize for various reasons, which we've already cited a bit. Is there no scope or room then for further interest rate reductions or for a more expansionary monetary policy to try and support the economy? I'm asking this question mindful of the fact that even the IMF made a similar statement a couple of weeks ago after the central bank only reduced the interest rates by 25 basis points, if my memory serves me well. They were encouraging them to be a bit more aggressive to try and support the economy, because you have to be mindful that when you talk about debt service costs, for example, once you lower the interest rate, you're able to free up resources that ordinarily would have been channeled to debt service costs. I'm not encouraging the manipulation of economic variables. I'm trying to say the bigger picture needs to be taken into account insofar as that is concerned. I want to, Chair, as I prepare to shut up, I want to Honorable Wesley Douglas is right about a specific point, which I raised so many times in the past. And I even shared a study which was conducted by the, what do you call it, Parliament, the Congress, what, in America, an equivalent of a PBO, yes, America, conducted a study in particular on this statutory corporate income tax rate versus the effective tax rate that companies pay. And in that study, which I shared with the Minister of Finance many months ago, cited South Africa as an example of how low the effective corporate income tax, the effective one, is very low. It's actually less than 20%. And how, if we could deal with tax avoidance, not evasion, tax avoidance measures that companies put in place, we could be able to, it would be a bit more stringent, we would be able to reduce or to increase rather the effective income tax rate. I'm not sure what happened to that because nothing was ever done about it, but it's something that we should be looking into, and looking into specific industries and how, what the effective income tax rate people are paying in order to address that. That is a challenge. I want to also ask a question with respect to, I'm trying to get a better understanding of how this thing works. The two-pot system I heard in the media how much it contributed to, how much tax has been paid. I thought we're going to touch on that briefly. If there's a slide that actually raised the issue to say, how much did it contribute to the fiscus? If you were to look at the shortfall that we have in terms of revenue, the 20+ billion rands, would the situation have been worse if, for example, we had not received that amount? I want to understand with the entire situation when it comes to revenue for our country and tax collection, and what the picture would have been without the two-pot system, or whether the two-pot system has already been factored into the revenue shortfall that we see. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I thought you were going to be straight to the point. Honorable Majola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have been told a number of things in these two presentations. Madam Chair, we have been told that our fiscals are unsustainable. It is contained, Madam Chair, on FFC's recommendations. We have been told, Madam Chair, the reasons. It's the lack of economic productivity. Further, Madam Chair, we have been told that to address the above issues which put us in this situation, we attempted some other plans. GISA has been mentioned in this meeting. But what all, Madam Chair, we are sitting at currently is the picture of South Africa compared to the world. If we zoom down into an April versus an April, Madam Chair, I mean South Africa into the country that are on the same level, the BRICS. Well, when I look at the screen in front of me right now, with regards to the unemployment rate, 32% in South Africa, India at the same level, developing country 7.9, China 5.3. Previously, I think sometimes last week we've been told about how in the same league is South Africa is performing in terms of the economic growth. We've been told that we are battling to arrive at 2%, at a lousy 2%, while others are approaching 10%, sitting at 7.9. Mathematical speaking, that is 8%. Madam Chair, well, during this period, 2024 adjustment, I had 7.1 deployment of our troops to Congo. Well, I had the 221 million, the extra fund to fund the GNU operations. But Madam Chair, with regards to what is critical, what brought us into this, the economic development, you had very little against the crisis nature of the situation we are in. I want to check how much has been distributed or appropriated to the issues to address this, to fund the what is it called, the Vulindlela one. The previous speaker said that are we opening or we closing? Because that is where my question is, Madam Chair, that is this the current plans? I'm mentioning the Vulindlela has been tasted. Are we not duplicating what we did with regards to the gear, implementing the plans that are not tested? We can't implement the try and error method with regards to the situation of the economic growth. I want to check if this Vulindlela has been tested. Well, the other question, Madam Chair, is with regards to utilizing the space within the BRICS level. Are we utilizing the benchmark processes available to check as to how they conduct themselves in terms of achieving what we are battling to achieve? Are we utilizing that space? The last one, I am not going to speak about which number, with regards to the numbers, Madam Chair, because the PBO informed us that it's not supported by any plan. It's just a matter of playing with figures as long as it's gonna produce the intended surplus, which we battle even to arrive to that. But I wanted to check the last question, whether through this process, if we are not guided by any plan, are we in compliance, legal speaking? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, and greetings to all the chairpersons and members present in the call. I would request to switch off my video for the proper bandwidth and the strength of the bandwidth, Chair. Chair, my first concern is in relation to the huge challenge in the health sector, in the environment of the health sector, with regards to medical claims. We have all agreed that at the center of resolving these claims or these problems we are having in the health sector is to expedite the rollout of digitizing healthcare system. So in the prioritization budget, I don't see any prioritization or budget that speaks to this regard of expediting digitization, the rollout in the health system, which then becomes a problem because the medical claims are a problem that needs to be urgently resolved. The second on the health sector is the issue of the implementation of the NHI policy. We have approved the NHI policy, and this reprioritization of the budget does not speak to the implementation, which then boils back to what one of the members have said, that yes, we pass these policies, we have these policies, however, the implementation becomes a problem. So it means that the budget does not follow the vision. So that's the point that I'm trying to make, Madam Chair, that if we have approved a policy, the budget or the reprioritization of the budget should then follow that kind of a vision. And secondly, Madam Chair, considering the new pandemic of food poisoning, particularly in the schooling environment, would there be any means to accommodate or the funding of the Department of Small Businesses and the Department of Health to do a rigorous inspection in the area of mushrooming spaza shops and the regulation thereof? Because this is a ticking bomb. Yesterday, I was in Vereeniging doing constituency work, and councillors are raising this as an ongoing problem. But the reprioritization, again, is not looking at these new or emerging problems we are having. Lastly, my concern is on local government and how they are unable to pay ESCOM and water, which then affects essential services, Madam Chair. For example, Dr. J.S. Moroka in Ward 22, Mpumalanga, is closed because of the inability of the municipality to pay for electricity. The smaller clinics are deeply affected by this non-payment. And surely this cannot be correct. So as we try to cap the legal suits by scrupulous lawyers, the medical claims I've spoken about. So my question would be, what suggestions does FFC have to make sure that the municipalities that are unable to pay are assisted, to those that are able to pay and collect revenue do pay, for the services, because this is an ongoing problem and it needs to be tackled. Madam Chair, we support the MTBPS as the ANC. But what I want to emphasize is that we need the framework to assist government in dealing with the UPI crisis. We cannot continue saying we have a crisis in terms of unemployment, but the framework is not assisting. So we do understand that it is an ongoing intervention. However, we need to see an impact. We need to see change in this regard, which then brings me to the last comment on the MTDP. You know, what suggestion do you have to make sure that the MTDP comes before the MTBP? Because if there's no development plan, then the implementation of the budget will be a problem. So you will even find some departments not even utilizing the budget accordingly, and even returning some of the money to the NT. So I think it is abnormal that we pass the MTBP before the MTDP. So that has to be corrected going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mazuk. Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable Van Rooyen. Honorable Brian Molefe.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also ask not to switch on the camera because of the signal. Chair, the PBO correctly points out that the three most significant indicators in our South African economy, our targets in the National Development Plan, poverty, unemployment, and equality have worsened over the last 10 years, and that we do not have a plan to arrest this worsening poverty, the worsening unemployment, and the equality. Worse is that this MTBPS states, and the PBO also points this out, that there is no medium-term development plan that the Treasury has put forward. And I want to disagree with Honorable Ryder that the PBO is taking a political position. It's not taking a political position, it is just pointing out to the cold, dispassionate facts that unemployment has increased, that inequality has increased, that poverty has increased. Really, if our MTBPS, if the MTBPS is not addressing any of these issues, our feeling is that it is not worth the paper that it is written on, because it is not addressing the real issues that is confronting South African society today. And the fact that the medium-term development plan has not been finalized is also telling. Now, given these challenges of the MTBPS, I would like to find out from the FFC, what is their recommendation regarding the fact that poverty is increasing, unemployment is increased, that inequality, we are not making a dent on inequality, especially given the fact that the GDP growth at 1.8% is lackluster and is not going to be able to provide the solutions that are required. Secondly, the second question is the reporting of the contingent liabilities relating to independent power producers in the medium-term budget policy statement. I think they're recorded at something like 256 billion. I just want to understand from the PBO or the FFC, this figure of 250 odd billion or 270 odd billion, is it just a figure of the contingent liabilities to date? And what would that figure look like over the life of those contracts, which are 20-year contracts? So over the next 20 years, what is that figure likely to increase to? And would it not have been prudent to report on the real contingent liability or a contingent disaster that is about to happen, or that will happen over the next over the life of the REIPP contracts? And can we really afford these REIPP contracts if over the next 20 years they are going to cost us close to about 1 trillion rand in contingent liabilities, as well as in expenditure from ESCOM? Thank you, Chair.
Straight to the point, Honorable Brian. Honorable Malo.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to you and all the members that are connected. Chairperson, most of the questions that I wanted to ask my comrade or my honorable have already asked those questions. Chairperson, I wanted to ask 1 or 2 questions. The first one is on the MTBPS. Pointed out that the delivery of infrastructure project is often hampered by lack of proper and clear coordination within the public sector, lack of cooperation with private sector. And this, Chairperson, has also been pointed out by the NCOP delegation during the 2024 Provincial Week Oversight. So according to the PBO and the FFC, what specific measures should be taken to address this bottleneck to improve the delivery of service and not compromising the quality of those services? Chairperson, the other issue which I wanted to talk about, the issue of local government. Chairperson, we can do whatever that we are doing, but if ever we cannot look at the issue of local government, most of the municipality are owing a lot of money, which is not easy for them to operate on a day-to-day basis. The water board, the ESCOM, which are some of the bills or the what they are owing to those entity. The other issue, the aging infrastructure that they're faced with. So in terms of performance as national or provincial government, they are going to look at the municipalities. What I can say is that in terms of making sure that we do the allocation of municipality based on the ruralness of those municipalities and also their inability to collect revenue, because most of the municipalities are there, but they're not collecting revenue just because of the issue of our communities which are not working, as all of us we know. I think we must do something to make sure that we uplift the issue of local government. Otherwise, we will be faced with a dilapidated infrastructure every day, and those municipalities are failing or are unable to make sure that they deliver service. So in terms of the allocation, municipality must be taken care of so that those services can be delivered. I think on the issue, the other issue, 2 part I've been covered, the NHI, I also been covered by 1 member. But what I can say is that we are supporting the MTBPS to make sure that it continue, but we must also always be informed on what is happening, because these are the bread and butter issues that are affecting everyone in our community. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Malo. I see the hand of Honorable Van Rooyen because I called you earlier and there was no response. Can I check if it's a legacy hand or do you want to ask question, Honorable?
Yes, I'll be very precise, Chair.
No, okay, thanks, Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good afternoon to all on the platform. Chair, in our last engagement with the Minister of Finance, he couldn't respond because of time to the question of the lack of, the absence of a medium-term development plan as to what informed their prioritization in this policy statement. And there was an undertaking that he will obviously share his response with the committee secretariat. I will nudge the committee secretariat follow up on that, because it will be important for us to know exactly what is the basis of their priorities as well as their target, without necessarily having to speculate or maybe basing our reasoning on assumptions. And then secondly, Chair, I just want to get it from the PBO. They made emphasis on the need to introduce a proper reporting system. I'm not sure, have they diagnosed the existing system, and are they able then to maybe give us the key areas that will need our focus as various finance committees? It goes also to the proposed tightened oversight mechanism. Can they talk a bit to that, so as we are informed as members what to tighten? You know, I think that will help us a lot. And lastly, Chair, just a comment on because I'm a bit worried as we use some of these phrases on official meetings like this. I mean, I heard one member saying the current problem that we are facing of food poisoning is a pandemic. I'm not sure, maybe I might have missed some announcement from the relevant department, that's the Department of Health, on this matter. But if maybe there was no such an announcement, I think we should correct that. I know for the fact that in Gauteng, working together with the MEC of Economic Development, there is a call for the declaration of a situation as an emergency situation. I don't know if that has qualified to be a pandemic. If not, I think that should be corrected. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Van Ryan. I think that will be addressed. The last member is Honorable Sekwati.
Thank you, Chair, and let me take this opportunity as well to recognize the presence of other chairpersons on the platform and my colleagues who had already made their contributions. Chair, I think a lot of issues have been raised. However, Chair, I think part of what we might need to seriously look at is in terms of the parameters of this MTBPS, because I think we are also might be overreaching in terms of our own, expectations out of the MTBPS as to what is it that it's supposed to be doing and what is it that it's supposed to be looking at. Secondly, Chair, is in terms of the capacity of the executive or treasury to be able to follow up the allocated fiscal resources and be able to report in terms of what exactly impact have we achieved in terms of that. Because I think with us targeting at the issues of unemployment, issues of poverty and inequality, but yet we are not able to deal with the impact of the budget that we have. And because what is continuously surprising is that all these triple challenges continue to grow, they continue to worsen. Meanwhile, as much as we don't have the growth that we expect that at least in terms of the fiscal resources that we are utilizing, there should be some form of impact that is actually achieved by the resources that are being allocated. And until such time that we are able to get the impact of what we are spending, whether there is, we all understand the growth of the economy might be the backbone in terms of dealing with some of those, but we still continue to, have resources that we are spending. And I think until such time that we are able to ultimately make sure that we get that impact, it will continue to be a challenge. And I don't even see a possibility of, the growth of the economy, being able to address some of those, especially your inequality, your poverty, if we are not able to continuously measure every rent that we are allocating as to where does it go to where it's supposed to be going? Is it addressing the issues that we want to address? And what is the impact? Because until we get that, surely we will always have this complex situations. The third one, Chair, is in terms of the provincial revenue generation, because it has that responsibility as well as provinces to make sure that they are also able to contribute towards augmenting the equitable share that is being allocated through the division of revenue. I think we also need through that the recommendations that are being made, that the provinces need to play a much bigger role in terms of finding a way to generate revenue so that they can be in a better position to augment, but also to as well address some of the challenges and the pressures that we have. I mean, one colleague had already stated that in terms of health and education, provinces are under pressure, but those are the areas where we are supposed to be utilizing our own revenue so that we're able to augment this equitable share. And I think the last one, Chair, is in terms of the decisions, the quality of financial decisions that are actually made by provinces, because ultimately, whatever slip of one province, it will have a huge impact in terms of the national fiscus. Now, what it means is that all provinces will have to take accountability in terms of the decisions that they're making that relates to the fiscals, because you do not take decisions that you are not able to back up with resources. So I think as much as we are agreeing that Treasury has got that responsibility to allocate resources so that they are able to address challenges in provinces, but also provinces have got that major responsibility to make sure that the decisions that are made are not impacting any other province, because one province can actually bring the downfall of all provinces, because now it means allocations must then be redirected to one particular province at the expense of other provinces. And I think, Chair, that is what I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Sobati. I think now is the time for the PBO to respond and the FFC. Can we allow first the PBO, then after that, then the FFC will respond. Thank you. Dr. Chanchi.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and co-chairperson members. I just would like to get a guidance. There's quite a lot of questions. Could you just go on, or some limit of time? I mean, there's quite a lot of them. We can go through them, a lot of them, with the team. Guidance, Chairperson?
Yeah, I think you can respond, but try to summarize, Honorable Chanchi. Yes, try to summarize, because some of the things honorable members that are aware of it, they've been debating it. We also have some workshops whereby we were able to engage with yourselves. So I think if we can try to summarize it, and we'll try to get others as time goes on.
Honorable Chair, if I can offer
Honorable Mosi,
just a quick suggestion is that, I mean, naturally, you would want every presenter to respond. I think there can be a summation of the responses. The Standing Committee on Appropriations has a briefing exclusively with PBO and with the FFC dealing with similar matters. And therefore, I don't think necessarily that we need to deal item by item, and the same will be afforded to finance and both select committees. So if I could ask, otherwise you are going to start to lose members, and some of them have asked questions and won't stay in the meeting simply because we've ran out of time. May I recommend that we try and get this meeting 10 minutes each. This way we are done just after 12:35. Otherwise, members are going to leave.
Thanks, Honorable Ms. Menon. Can we allow Comrade Janji to do his best? Yes, because I think it's time now, it's about 20:12. If we can make sure that by 10:01, we end the PBO. Thank you.
All right, now thank you so much, Chair, once more, and thanks so much to members for the questions. I'll quickly give an overview of key issues, and then I'll give the team to also go through. Yes, definitely we'll follow through on some of the comments next week and other week as well. I think I want to start by really responding to the Honorable Rider's point. And I think firstly, really want to agree with Honorable Rider as the committee was saying that we need to consider, the committees has to consider separating our presentations, because at times I feel myself wanting to respond to our colleagues in FFC, but also the fact that we take time. But we welcome that, and I agree with Honorable Rider. This has been raised before. One point I'm concerned that raised by Honorable Rider, which I think I'm required to respond to it as the Director of Budget Office, is this constant attack that we are viewing for our mandate. I think, I'm raising this, Chair, members, because of the purpose of the role of Honorable Rider as a chair, as House Chairperson, but also as a member of Parliamentary Budget Office board, that we take this concerns very seriously, but to emphasize to say, look, our aim is to provide the evidence as we have done over time, and we welcome criticism, but please, criticism should be very, very specific and really address specific points. But also, more importantly, we need to be cautious around the criticisms, particularly considering how much pressure it plays on the team without specifics. Just abstract comments around that are not really helpful, and we will welcome such comments, but could that be specific? But also the Act does provide members with the measures to raise concern about the office if they have any measures. And I would really want to request the committees and the chairpersons to actually guide members in terms of how they want to raise issues related to the office. But as I said before, Chair and members, we welcome comments, and we invite members to come and have discussions as post the meetings as well about these issues. I think that the point around the targets and NDP and so on and so forth is really a simple one, Chair and members. I think what we are saying is, as members have saying also in the discussions, with high unemployment, we've got high poverty, we've got inequality. Those are the three measures that the President has also set out in the State of Nation Address, for the first State of the Nation Address. But I think what we're saying then at the beginning of the presentation to say, in absence of a clear program to say, this how much level of debt, I'll come to the debt debate now, this how much level of employment this statement will create over the next 3 years, or this how much level of growth we'll get from this budget, this much, and this how much level of inequality this budget will bring. That's the target we feel Parliament can work with. At this stage, when you remember the NDP as a very clear target in terms of what are some of the developmental indicators we can achieve over time. But our concern here is that not having very clear targets like that with this budget, it makes it very difficult for Parliament to hold government oversight to say, you said you're going to achieve employment with this budget, and how much you've addressed it, and so on. So that's really, in a very simple sense, to say we need to move away from seeing government and separate from what it's meant to do. And that's really a bigger message around the issue of, which in evidence has shown a lot of times that there has been a lot of misalignments between, you find sometimes the president saying these are the issues that need to be addressed, and on the one side you find the Minister of Finance saying, diverging in what they target in terms of what the budget has to be done. So one way to bring the convergence between the policy and budget is having clear programs, and we are arguing that evidence shown that we don't have programs. As a result, oversight, it is difficult for me, for anybody in our view, to have any oversight of these mechanisms, particularly dealing with the specific challenges as set out in the National Development Plan. Hence, we say we are assuming that our National Development Plan targets are still relevant in the absence of so the question is more to say government has to provide more information to say what is this budget meant to do in terms of realizing developmental aspects of our country society. One of the issues we raised in the pre-budget workshop is around the gender responsive budgeting. We're very concerned that there has been commitments over time that government will ensure the gender responsive aspects of the budgets are emphasized, and you have not seen that a lot coming into the space. I just paused there. I wanted to talk to the issues, give Dr. Vulindlela, Dr. Mohammed to respond quickly, and then I'll address other issues if there are any outstanding issues. Colleagues, let's just try to wrap up key issues, and then we'll raise other points at the later stage. Thanks. Dr. Vulindlela?
And thank you, Director. I'm actually just going to respond to Honourable Van Rooyen in terms of the implementation of the medium-term strategic framework, or now the medium-term development plan. In the first 5 years, the MTSF had the program of action, which they actually reported quarterly on, so we could monitor the implementation of the first 5-year implementation plan. But the second MTSF, the current one, did not have a program of action or separate reporting from the APPs. And although 63% of the indicators of the MTSF was included in APPs, 40% of those were new indicators with no historic information, and the reporting in the APPs were actually very poor. And the other process that was followed for the implementation of the the current MTSF was just like 2 times a year cabinet reported to the president. So those reports were not available to the public or not actually published. So it made it very difficult for us to use APPs to monitor the implementation of the MTSF. We also sometimes, our committee asked the DPME to come and report, but those reports were also not comprehensive in terms of really monitoring the implementation of the entire MTSF. Thank you. That's the only one that I'm going to respond to.
Siraj?
Thank you, Director. Yeah, I'm going to be short as well. I think my main point is that as there are major concerns by everybody around the high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and also question of how the economy is going to grow. And I think it's really important that we understand that there are different perspectives and views and theories within economics. We often talk about economists say, or this is economics, but it's important to understand that there are divisions and different views, and I think it's really important that members take into consideration that the PBO is presenting a different view on the economics and an approach to economics from the National Treasury. And in doing that, I think we are asserting an independence. And so the question about what independence means is really important. Where we see an approach to economics that developed, from, say, the classical economists like Adam Smith, focused on production and distribution of wealth and distribution of income, towards an approach to economics which is now mainstream, the neoclassical approach to economics, which is focused on exchange and interactions of prices and between prices within markets, and a very different approach. And in between that, there are all kinds of views on what is the correct approach. And so when we offer an alternative to the fiscal framework, for instance, and on fiscal rules, we are drawing on a very deep evidence, but not necessarily the same evidence as what the National Treasury is talking about. And so people can say, well, this is evidence-based and we're using the facts, but I think we need to think that different people can use different economics and different economic arguments, different economics assumptions to present different kinds of evidence. And so the question is, how do we see the economy moving towards growth? On the issue, for instance, of the fiscal rule, fiscal anchors, we put in a slide that referred to a suggestion on alternative to fiscal anchors by 3 major US economists that are seen as mainstream, were very influential. One of the authors was a guy called Ozag, who was the former head of the Congressional Budget Office, and is now the head of the largest independent investment bank in the world, Lazard's. The other one was Robin Rubin, who was the US Secretary of the Treasury. The other one's a Nobel Prize winner, Joseph Stiglitz. And they basically saying that coming out of the experience of the post-global financial crisis, and particularly with the pandemic, was that there needs to be an alternative perspective on whether we use fiscal anchors and fiscal rules. And they were arguing, no, we should actually have automatic stabilizers, ensuring more spending on social spending and more ability for governments to intervene in crises. And this is really important because, as the PBO said many times, and as the FFC colleagues have also said, is that we're facing increasing risk from the global economy, interrelated risk, what's called the polycrisis. So I just want to end there and say we need to seriously think about different views on growth as we move forward. Thank you, Director.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I think the one of the major points I think I want to respond to as well is around the issue of budget cuts, budget balance, and debt, and so on. I think one of the we're concerned with the way the budget cuts are impacting on social spending in particular. And I think what we're also trying to emphasize, Chair and members, is that when you balance the books, there has to be a more wider thinking around it. One of the concerns we've raised, we said around revenue aspect of it. Why haven't we have more revenue measures that leads to balance? But I think the broader question again is to define the debt sustainability in a sense. What do we mean by sustainability? We'll raise a debate around this, and without a very clear definitions what that is, it allows an abstract approach into fiscal policy strategy, which in itself, it makes it very difficult for oversight purposes in particular. And I think it's very important to take into account, particularly when you look at the other aspects of the budget that in our view should probably be reviewed. When we look at tax expenditure, for example, employment tax incentive is costing the economy over 7 billion per year. And there hasn't been evidence that policy is working in creating more jobs. Why not do away with that tax expenditure and use that money to support informal businesses or businesses that really need that kind of support? As it stands, big businesses that would have ordinarily employed people are benefiting from such measure. And there hasn't been evidence to say and can that 7 billion be used more effectively in balancing the books? We're concerned around cutting social spending, particularly education health, in real time, because it tells us that we're not going to realize improvement over a long time. And I think that's when we say having clear targets will help us to see whether this cut or this reduction in a particular function is useful or not. And the issue around public sector wage bill and the plan to reduce it, we note that that's been going on for over time. But at the heart of the concerns is to say, how is it done in a way that it doesn't impact service delivery? And as a consequence, it's in our view that government has to provide evidence that the measure put in place in 2019 have actually worked. Otherwise, I'm concerned that we feel that the 11 billion should be used elsewhere to create more productivity or enhance oversight within the budget framework in the medium term. But again, all these concerns, Chair and members, aligns back to what we really want to do with this budget. What is the key drivers of what we want to achieve over the medium term? And we're concerned and very clear targets around that. I'll stop here, and some of the issues, talk about them in the next meeting of the committees. Thank you so much, Chair and members. Let me stop there. It took 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Mbaba.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you so much to the honorable members. We appreciate all the questions. We appreciate all the inputs and the comments. As the FFC, also just wanted to support my colleague from the PBO, Siraj. I think what he's saying, honorable members, is that the wonderful thing about this forum is that we have divergent views. We have different perspectives. We have different ideas on how to tackle these matters. So to assume that we'll all have the same views, or what we call a groupthink, will not really serve the purpose. So what we want to do as these these institutions is to give our perspectives based on our analysis, and to empower the members of parliament so that they can do their proper oversight role. Also, as a different perspective, maybe from the prevailing view. So it is to empower. So I think I would support to say that we want to enrich this discussion, to enrich the debate, with various views so that we can have the right answers. There's no authority on what is the right answer. We are all looking for, you know, the needle in the haystack, if you will. Then Honorable Beasley, yes, 1.8% is definitely not enough to grow the economy. I think what the PBO has quite rightfully said that, you know, unemployment, poverty, inequality remains a problem. And we have an army of young people out there which are not within the core of the economy. And so whilst they remains outside the economy, it means that we'll still have these pedestrian growth rates because we have not leverage the youth dividend, if you will. So fiscal consolidation is one way to say that let's arrest this mushrooming debt so that we can have more money that we can use as a country on the right things. Yeah, let me pause there, and maybe for the interest of time, because there's so much to say, and I think Honorable Maimane has said that we will have other forums where we can address these issues. Let me ask my head of research to address some of the issues from his perspective. Chen.
Thank you, Chair. Be quick. You know, there is a saying that we trust, but we verify. And our independence is vested or established, substantiated in the facts that we gather and as we present them. There is no such thing as, from the FFC's perspective, and especially from research, IMF framework or the World Bank framework or whoever's framework. It's just a presentation of data, and it is the facts, and these are the facts. And the problem with the views and or these debates is, and we do watch out for them very carefully. For instance, the IMF study on the use of fiscal anchor. I think one has to be very conscious about the fact that both IMF and World Bank, they would love to forget about the mess that they created in the Southern America during the 20th century. But one thing that I think Honorable Douglas that we agree with is that restructuring the economy is imperative. Moving on to Honorable Isley has got a good point about the size of the cabinet, but more so, I think, again, looking at the structure is not just about the size, it's about also the shape to fit the purpose. And so we should ask the question about regarding the cabinet structure is then, for instance, are they fit to purpose? Is there duplications? Is there overlapping mandates? For instance, also as we look across, sometimes it makes one wonders, for instance, is it National Treasury's job to create employment? Is it National Treasury's job solely to grow the economy, for instance? These are good questions in association to do about not just the size, which is important, but it's more of a symptom of something else. And that is the shape to fit purpose question. Further on that is that the IMF's suggestion, which again we take with a pinch of salt, a large pinch rather, is that if we were to go easier on our own monetary policy and then decrease our returns on the investment, it's that it would make the debt to them, which we have, a debt owing to them, more preferable, more looking better, and it would give them actually more power because it is our fiscal vulnerability in that sense. So again, we take everything with a pinch of salt. Honorable Majolas, with regards to have we utilized the full space with the BRICS? I think one interesting thing to do and that we ought to do as South Africa is to have that economic and fiscal monitor of all the BRICS countries, to understand that the comparative advantages from a economic and financial and fiscal perspective where we stand. Then we will be able to be knowing where to and what spaces that we ought to utilize. For instance, if we are to consider even the possibility of a local currency or the BRICS currency, we need this monitor and to fully understand where and how where these nations of the BRICS are relative to us, and how we trade with them and how we engage them. And that would then preserve and protect ourselves in that domain, in interacting with them. Municipal services, we have to watch out for what we call the municipal service revenue failure cycle. Basically, it's that if you don't have these trading services, and because the municipal services are of basic services, if you don't provide them, there's no revenue, effectively. And so, yes, as much as we look at the financial sustainability, viability, and the funded, non-funded mandates, and all those discussions, it's important to pay attention to look at, as honorable members very well know, that it is ultimately about that white paper, their assumptions and the system structures of the municipalities and their activities in delivering and servicing that and achieving their mandates in that sphere. On the last one, Honorable Molefe, and I think it was asked across various members, is poverty, inequality, unemployment. I think it's ought to actually rather turn it around. Unemployment is the start of it, and it is the factor that drives all the other ones, poverty and inequality. So it's first is correctly put that unemployment is the major and number one issue in resolving that triple challenge. I think, Honourable Chair, members, I shall end there, and then I hand back over to my chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Chen. Thank you so much, Chair. I think we'll hand back to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dr. Mbaba, and also Dr. Janchi. I'm now going to allow my co-chairpersons, Honorable Maimane and Honorable Masongani, to make their closing remark before I close the meeting.
No, thank you, Chairperson. And well, I don't need to delay the meeting any further, except my questions really were in many ways related to questions about how we do the debt management strategy. I think part of the work that we've got to do as legislators, is to work out what I support the view that says there must be an alternative view on what the executive has proposed on its macroeconomic outlook. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we're divergent on our views. It just means that at times there are certain issues that we need to look at. There are inbuilt assumptions around debt management, which I don't subscribe to necessarily. There are certain assumptions, for example, on SARS, about their ability to collect revenue that I'm not certain that are being able to deliver the sustainability as SARS is under collecting on assumptions around whether load shedding will continue or not, and whether imports are going to sustain that. So I do think part of our way of looking forward is to be able to structure this. I do want to also make the process in question, which I think many members have raised, in how we meet as the four committees and what's the best way to look at that. I thought the meeting the other day with the Ministry of Finance was truncated in that it started at 12, fully well that there was a meeting at 2. I think we need to look at that, and I'd like to have a conversations perhaps with the chairpersons to say, how do we structure these meetings better so that we derive the full value, accommodate the questions, and make sure that ultimately in our response, as Parliament, which is the body that is tasked to pass both the appropriations bill, the midterm budget policy statement, that we do those with the efficacy and the voice of the people included. Otherwise, both this presentation and the presentation by the minister can end up becoming just simply tick box exercises, which I'm not sure the people of South Africa expect of us. So I want to thank the presentation and thank PBO and FFC for their insights. I think we need to sit around the table and work about how do we make sure there's meat and substance to both the inputs that we've taken today and some of the public consultations we'll have, so that there's real accountability affected, but also real input going forward. But I thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks to the other chairpersons.
Thanks, Honorable Maimane. Dr. Masanganyi?
Largely covered by the questions and the responses. Just to say that tomorrow is set aside for public hearings from the stakeholders, and it will only be the two committees. We'll no longer have appropriations. It will be the Select Committee and COP and Standing Committee Finance NA. After, when we'll be done, the process will be handed over to the Appropriations Committee. So I'm largely covered, Chairperson. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Masanganyi, and thanks very much to the PBO. Thanks very much to the FFC, Dr. Mbava and Dr. Janji. Honorable members, thanks very much for your contribution, and it was very fruitful meeting. The briefing that we received from both the PBO and the FFC. And let's meet tomorrow. Those who will be attending will be part of the public hearing. And I know in NCOP, the same team of the appropriation is the same team, honorable members, on finance. By so saying, honorable members, the meeting adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairs.
Bye.